I have a delay, a massive delay, but also my face. Why am I delayed? That's weird. Do. Do. Why am I not in sync? One minute. Okay, there we go. Let me just check. Yes. Okay. We are so back. And yeah, my beard is gone at the moment. Me and my girl did a fun little photo shoot. Let me see. Oop, there's a behind the scenes for you. Wait, it's not there. I've already removed it. All right, it's already there. I haven't edited the pictures yet. So I'm going to give you guys a little sneak pre. There we go. And I'm looking at it. Let me see. I want to show a picture of me rather than my girlfriend. If there is such a thing. There we go. Let's go with... That's a acceptable image, I guess. Come on. Come on. I don't know why, but it's blurry. Or pixelated even. There we go. Now we're cooking. Give me a good image. Oh, well, the idea behind the photo shoot was some 80s, oh, you can do that even. An 80s style photo shoot, like a couple's photo shoot. So we're going to use this to do like a double exposure kind of deal, you know? It's gonna be. I'm gonna share the images when they're done. I just wanted to show my amazing fit here with this flowery tie with a polyester, like so much polyester vest. My shaven beard, or almost clean shaven. And yeah, it's that's what I did last weekend. I haven't showed you guys yet. Yeah, okay. Let's start with the Vaush, since I baited you guys with it. I baited you with it. I think. Let's just go with because his debates are, unfortunately nowadays, kind of, I don't want to say lame. I don't even want to say bad. They're just few and far between, and not with the people you want them to be with. Like, you want them to be with the unhinged tanky, or the Nazi, or whatever you have it. You want them to be with that. You want him to have debates with that, but people are too afraid of him at the moment, so that's not going to happen. And by the way, just to preface this whole entire video, I like Vaush. This isn't a takedown of Vaush. This isn't a shitting on debate bros or anything of the sort. It's just a good faith critique of the debate tactics. I don't want to call them that, because that's not really the thing that I'm critiquing. I haven't prepared the exact timestamp, so I'm gonna look for a good timestamp, and I'm choosing this debate with Mel, the tanky, because it's a I don't want to say perfect, but it's a good representation of what I mean. Let's see if it starts here. Oops.
What I was here for.
Okay.
I wanted to know actually how you feel about it, but like you wouldn't get there. You wanted to talk about Twitter and genocide bad, woo, and all this other bullshit, and calling me a Nazi. Like, fuck, just tell me what the fuck you believe in.
Crazy.
I don't
know? That whole genocide denying thing really stands out. It's really a personality highlight. It's just like
it's a fun meme, everyone.
It's a fun meme. Oh yeah, and who knows why I called you a Nazi? You know, there could have been any number of reasons why I might have drawn that relation.
I'm not a Nazi, silly. Come on.
No, you're
now.
not a Nazi, but you do things they do.
No, I don't. I don't do anything the Nazis do. I'm a good old-fashioned communist that lives
Thank
in
you.
America.
Yes. So
okay, that's actually enough. That's all that I need actually for this critique. It's not so much a critique even, because I don't have anything to critique here. It's nothing he did there is wrong per se. It's more, it's not useful for the audience. That's really my issue. This isn't meant for you to take into, if you want to debate people on a live stream or anything like that. Go with the Vaush tactic. For the love of God, do that. Absolutely. Do the whole thing. There are things that I think Vaush teaches his audience, including me, how to debate on. There are how to phrase certain things, how to discern what is true during a debate, stuff like that. I think that's a good tactic and a good ability to have. However, one thing that I think people absolutely shouldn't take away from the Vaush debates, which I think might happen, and I think might be the misguided critique that a lot of people have of the debate brosphere, it's the antagonistic aspect of it. Am I lagging here? I feel like I'm freezing every 10 seconds or so. So I'm going to try the same thing once more. Hopefully it works. Two seconds. Can you? Okay, yeah. So am I freezing now, or yeah, I'm still freezing. Am I freezing in the stream though? Because if I'm not, I don't really care. You can see it in the stream. I don't like this. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening really. If I... Did the freezing stop? Nope. That's... My CPU is at 15%. My memory is at 34%. My... Not the disk space. My Ethernet is 17 megabits, which is nothing for me. I have a 100 megs up and down, so I'm good. My GPU is at 45%. There's nothing that should be lagging. Why am I lagging? OBS window freeze? No. Video freezing. Check your network connection, use stellar repair, blah, blah, blah. Of course. I hate when tutorials always go and use our tool to fix it. I don't want to use your tool. That's not why I got there. Feel free to advertise your tool, or you can use our tool, but give me the step-by-step guide. Check your hardware, lower the video's bitrate. How's my health? My health is excellent. It says no data though. It's just weird. How's the freezing going? Did the freezing stop? Nope. Still there. And I have to stop stream in order to fix the stream probably. I don't like that. I do not like that. Settings. Can I apply midstream? Let's see. Did anything happen? Why am I encoding in medium? Nope. There it is. There it is. So I've changed the settings. I'm going to restart it once more. And hopefully that's going to fix it. I'm still seeing freezing. I do not like the freezing. Okay, that's fixed. Am I encoding in 4K though? Where can I see my resolution? Oh, there it is. No, I'm not in 4K, thank you. But I'm still... Oh, no, there it is. I've already done that. Do I or do I not? I do. Okay. Okay. Hopefully, I've found the culprit. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'll see you in two. I'm back. Let's see if... Oh no, I'm seeing lag. I'm seeing one lag. Can I get another? Maybe it was just a startup thing. I saw... Oh, no, there it came. Okay. We're going to have to try. We're going to have to try with the lag. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm going to have to check on that for the next stream. But this stream is going to be laggy, it seems. So I'm going to start this over. This video... Do I have to start mid lag? This video is not going to be a takedown of Vaush. This isn't going to be a takedown of debate bro culture in general. I'm sorry for the lag, by the way. This video isn't going to be about how to debate online. At all. At all. I think what Vaush does and what a lot of other people do is good. I think they have great tactics. I think they are... Actually, honestly, I think Vaush is excelling at what he does. Even. Yes, he has stagnated growth, but that's because he doesn't play the game really. I heard the post-debate from post-GOP primary debate with David Pacman and Destiny. And Pacman asks him, because he's noticed that Destiny's going on all of these shows. He is on every podcast. He is on every YouTube show he can get his foot in the door of. And he debates anyone on those. And he admitted in that post-debate interview that it's been the most lucrative year for him in all of his streaming life, due to the fact that he is doing all these things. Vaush doesn't. He's done a few things. He's been on the Team Poolcast show. He tried to be on Jubilee to debate, I think it was January Sixers, something like that. So he's done some of those things, or tried to do some of those things, but he doesn't play the game fully, you know? So anyway, this isn't about that at all. This is a critique about how to use these tactics in real life, which you shouldn't do. There. We've done it. We're done. Moving on. Roll credits. Everyone go home, okay? It's a bit longer than that. First of all, let's just listen to how Vaush reacts to snark, dishonest irony, masqueraded as honesty. Let's just listen.
Genocide bad, woo, and all this other
Nope.
you feel bad.
Okay, the answer's a little complicated. Do you want me to just ramble for a bit?
Sure, that's what I was here for.
Okay.
I wanted to know actually how you feel about it, but like you wouldn't get there. You wanted to talk about Twitter and genocide bad, woo, and all this other bullshit and calling me a Nazi. Like, fuck, just tell me what the fuck you believe in.
Crazy,
I don't
know? That whole genocide denying thing really stands out. It's really a personality highlight. It's just like
it's a fun meme, everyone.
It's a fun meme. Oh yeah, and who knows why I called you a Nazi? You know, there could have been any number of reasons why I might have drawn that relation.
I'm not a Nazi, silly. Come on.
No, you're not a
now.
Nazi, but you do things they do.
No, I don't. I don't do anything the Nazis do. I'm a good old-fashioned communist that lives
Thank
in
you.
America.
Yes. So anyway,
There we go. That's all I need. first of all, primary tactic for using these skills in real life with friends, family members, acquaintances, friends of friends, at a party with strangers, whatever, stuff like that. Don't. The first thing, you don't do the Godwin's law. Is it Godwin's law or Goodwin's law? I always wonder that. Godwin's law. Yes, Godwin's. Don't equate people to Nazis, even if they, unless you feel like being antagonistic. These tactics are great to rile up other people. That's kind of half the point of the online debate sphere, is to get the other person riled up, get under their skin, and expose them as, children. Show that they are not level-headed. They don't have logical arguments, stuff like that, and calling them Nazis is one small step for mankind towards that goal. But you don't want that with family members. Maybe your mother or your father or brother or whatever, If you want to maintain a good, healthy relationship, but you still want to call them a dumbass, respectively, maybe something like that, then these are the tactics you want to do. First of all, so an anecdote from my own life. My brother-in-law, he started espousing anti-trans sentiments. He talked about sex ed books for children. And he's like, oh, they shouldn't. I don't have any problems with it. The classic. I don't have any problems with it, but don't teach my kid about it, okay? Stuff like that. Or they shouldn't sexualize children. Classic stuff, which has absolutely been imported from America to Sweden, without a doubt. Stellar argumentation. The way I approach it, because I can't keep my mouth shut. I'm sure a lot of you people out there can't keep your mouth shut either. But the way you tackle this is by just asking them question. What does it contain? And usually, what does the book contain? Usually, they don't say, oh, it's X, Y, and Z. They don't give specifics. They say, oh, it's trans propaganda. They want to sexualize children. And you go, okay, how do they do this? Just ask for details. Either they'll show you a page from the book, which is usually innocuous, or it's misguided perhaps at worst. And you go, oh, that's bad. Or you go, okay, I don't see the problem here. And you get them to define the issue. So, an anecdote from my own personal life. Like I said, my brother-in-law, he brought this up. He brought up the trans agenda, the sexualization of children. And I go, no, they don't. At worst, because I haven't read the book and he hadn't read the book either. And I said, maybe they have. Maybe like give them an inch. This isn't online politics. In online debates, you don't give an inch unless you have to. There's no need when you're debating a Nazi on Twitter, or if you're live streaming and debating a Nazi, there's no need to give them an inch unless they have factual proof of something happening. Don't admit anything online that you don't know to be true. But in real life, it's not that easy. You don't have an audience to play to like you do online. Online, if I'm debating someone, I don't care about his opinion or rather their opinion. I care about their audience's opinion. I care about their audience changing their mind. But in real life, I don't care about the audience. I care about the person. So I have to give them an inch at times. I have to say, well, maybe they're doing that, and that's bad, but you don't have proof of them doing that. You show me the proof, and I'll agree with you. So what we came, the way I handled his was, first of all, again, giving him an inch. If they're doing that's bad. But then also going, what they're usually doing when we're talking about, because he didn't want sex ed in general in kindergarten or whatever. And I said, well, they're not teaching them how to fuck. They're not teaching them what anal sex is. They're teaching them consent. They're teaching them if these are the private parts, which nobody has a right to touch you at unless you give them permission to. No, not even that. Not even that, I think. These are the private parts which nobody has the right to touch you on, period. They're teaching them about boys and girls, what's the difference. If a kindergarten walks up to a teacher and goes, but I have a penis and she has something else. You go, well, that's because she's a girl, and girls have vaginas and little boys have penises. Oh, and then they run away. They're stupid. They're inquisitive of the world. They don't know shit. So we have to teach them something. But the way we teach them differs depending on age. And this became a very short, because I like her brother, and I think her brother is actually smart. But even smart people can be drawn in by these narratives of protecting the children. Everyone wants to protect children. So it became a very short discussion. I don't want to say debate. Discussion. And I think that's the main issue with debate bro culture. Don't bring debate bro culture into your own life. Don't. It's not pleasant. It's not worth it. You're just gonna lose. Hey, social lust. You're just gonna lose friends and family if you go down that road. And God knows I've been close to going down that road. I have gone down that road with some people, but it's people I'm happy to cut off from my life. Because you don't build friendships, you don't build bonds by doing the debate broing. So that's pretty much the big critique I have of debate bros. Don't use it in real life, and you should be fine. Give an inch. There's no audience to play to. There's no, oh, he's going to use this against me in the future, yada, yada, yada. If you're afraid of that, then maybe cut them off. It's perfectly fine to do that. But if you don't want to, be careful. Don't do it. Anyway, that I could ramble, but I won't. Hey, socialist, sorry about the lag. I don't know why it's happening. I've tried to fix it. Nothing, absolutely nothing, has worked, unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to live with it today. Should I do that? Damn it. It's a 2-hour video. I didn't see that. It's a 2-hour video. It's just is it a live stream that they just don't cut anything in? Well, James Lindsay's lying to you. That's good. That's good. That's nice. Oh well, we're let's give it a try and see what they're saying. Well, thank you, Socialist. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Let's just do this and a little bit of that. Okay, let's see. Let's give them a chance and see what happens.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Midwestern Marx live stream.
Yeah,
we have
it's a
the
live
three
stream, okay.
amigos here: Noah Kratchvik, Carlos Garrido, and Eddie
Let's
Liger.
jump.
Me.
Oh,
Check
oh God!
to
damn.
see, like-
they have a. What is this? Oof. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna. Wait. Isn't that Radhika Desai? Radhika Desai. Isn't she the Indian who stopped? Or am I thinking of someone else? Stopped the golden rice. It seems she's an economist. I mean, this is just so cringe. It's really, really, really cringe.
Of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power.
I like how they nobody else gets cut, gets the music cut, except for MLK. I mean, it's just so cringe. Whew.
All right.
Oh, wait. Director and theorist, geopolitical analyst, and director of Midwestern Marxist Institute, philosopher and director.
Right, what's up, guys?
Talk about giving yourself.
This is the song that we're going to be talking about, obviously.
Oh,
For those who are unaware, Oliver Anthony,
are you-
Richmond, north of Richmond, country/folk.
If you're okay, technical point here, Your Honor. If you're gonna have an intro, if you're gonna have, I'm not the best at this, but whenever I play something, I try to keep an eye on the meter levels, so they don't shoot through the roof when the music starts or the video starts, compared to my mic settings. What is this, Eddie? Why are you so damn quiet?
Song. And first of all, I just want to get your guys' initial reactions to the song when you heard it first, because I happened to not check Twitter that day, but I did check YouTube because I was doing some stuff. So I listened to the song, and I was like, okay, what a banger, working class tune. And admittedly, I didn't hear some of the lyrics that people had been criticizing on Twitter. I just didn't catch them. But, you know, I was shocked then to open Twitter later and see that a lot of leftists were against this song. So that was my.
What's the take gonna be here? Are they gonna be in favor or positive towards this because he is fighting the power that be? Any opposition to government, any opposition to liberalism is good opposition. Is that going to be the take, or are they going to say he shouldn't have included that line and he's a piece of shit for doing it, for criticizing the people on welfare? Poor people on welfare shouldn't be criticized because they're poor and on welfare. I think it's the former rather than the latter. It's just gonna be my hot take here.
My introduction to it, but how about you guys?
Yeah, I liked it right away. I'm a big fan of country. If you guys couldn't tell, and Radio West Virginia has always been good at sort of finding these original singers and bands and getting them airplay in a world that's not built for that. Especially when the message is so very, very against the ruling class. So, I mean, the first time I heard it, I didn't really listen too closely. I was like, yeah, it's a song about hating the ruling class. I'm down for that, and I'm really glad this is coming along right now. I don't know. What did you think? About hating the ruling class. I'm down for that, and I'm like, yeah, it's a song about hating the ruling class. I'm down for that, and I'm really glad this is coming along right now. I don't know. What did you think?
So it's partially that, and I'm not breaking any ground here. I'm not like this is a weeks old news at this point. The song, I mean, but it's not a rich men north of Richmond. Like Richmond, you'll never guess. Richmond was the capital of the Confederate States of America. He is criticizing Yankees.
Carlos,
I didn't have an American education. Like my mom's American. That's the. I've studied 6 months at a college in America. That's my extent of, apart from media consumption. That's the extent of my. Wait, it's the camera. Maybe I'm gonna wait a minute. I just figured something out. Let's try. Come on. Ah, damn it. I forgot about this. Yankees are the demon rats. They truly are. I hate my life. I honestly, I hate my life. I'll give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Just gonna. Yeah, I'm back. I am so back. Let's hope the lag has stopped. So he's not criticizing, you know, the people of power. He's criticizing Yankees specifically. He's calling people rich in New York traitors. Hey, you have threads or any other form of chatting thing? Oh, right, the Facebook, Twitter knockoff, or X knockoff now. No, I have X or Twitter. That's it. It's in the description below. It should be. Anyway, let's continue here. Only X. I only do porn. I mean, come on. It's I with this mustache, I have to do porn. Like it's not a up for debate anymore, right? So, okay, again, I'm gonna technical critique here. If ever Midwestern Marx Institute watches this, happen to see this, you can inform Carlos L. Garrido that this mic is not a directional mic like this. It's sorry about that. You're supposed to talk to it like this. Why is it? That's why you have so much room noise getting picked up. That's why he has like a high, not a high pitch, but a tinny sound with a lot of room. You don't gotta X more social lust. You're perfectly fine not being on that shithole of a website that is nothing but bots at the moment. I'm just using it to troll. I am happy if it goes away at the moment. There's no way to really build an audience anymore there. It's a shithole. It's dog shit. Anyway, Garrido, Carlos, fix your mic. Don't stop. Okay, before he gets to the point. What? Wait, I'm just gonna. No, it's not about what's imperfect about the song. There are plenty of songs, good songs, that have imperfect lyrics. It's about the mindset when someone goes out to write one of these songs. What was he thinking? Why did he criticize poor people on welfare when the song is about hard-working people not being able to afford their life? Why did he go and criticize the poor people who can't work, who's unable to find work because they're on welfare and obese? Like that's the it's not because he was wrong in his critique of it. It's that his entire politics shines through in that. That's the issue. There are a lot of critique of welfare that you can have that isn't people who are obese shouldn't be able to afford snacks. That there are a lot of not everyone on welfare. Not everyone on welfare is there because they are obese. Well, I guess he says that if you're 500 pounds or something like that. But even so, fuck him. Fuck that. It's not a good. It reveals his lack of. Oh my God! The desktop audio has been off. Social Lust. You've been right. Or is it just now since I came back, perhaps? Maybe. Hopefully. Actually, I can check that. I remember. If I go back here. You can inform that in the education. Rich audio. Okay, so it seems like sorry, no, it's okay. I'm just if I don't have audio from my desktop, I just want to know. that's it. It seems like this Carlos Garrido, his voice didn't come through. It seems
right now.
You have people like Uncle Lucius, stream a few times.
So I'm gonna go back here.
I mean, there's been a lot more like that recently.
Yeah, I want to know when I fuck up, you know? I want to know. Just let me see that I've fucked up, okay? Tell me.
You have people like Uncle Lucius, who we've played on stream a few times. You have Zach Brown. You have the guy that sings Feathered Indians. It's pretty good. I can't remember the name. I don't know if you guys can. But there's been almost a revival of like working class, anti-establishment country music, and it was bound to have like one of them just pop off. And like, I think the interesting thing is not just like the song and the individual, but how it was that in this specific moment, after we've seen like a decade of country being diluted and pervaded by this weird super patriotism that's like, my country is never wrong in any of the activities that it does.
So Oliver Anthony, sure, he isn't that type of patriot, obviously. But the song isn't critiquing something in a way that's unlike the way right-wingers critique the world. Like, right-wingers are happy to critique the CEOs for fucking over the working class. They're happy to do that. They just think the CEOs, the right-wingers just think that the CEOs are constrained by regulations, by Democrat fuckery, you know? It's not that they think working people deserve to die on the streets or deserve that low pay necessarily. In some positions, they believe they deserve that. Like if you're a cook at McDonald's or you clean the toilets or whatever, they're like, yeah, fuck you. You don't deserve more. Yeah, sure. But you won't hear any right-wing politician say the CEOs deserve 20 million times what the average worker gets. Very, very few of those politicians. There are some, and they're usually libertarians who have zero critique for anything but systems that's there to protect people. But most right-wingers will recognize that workers are being screwed over. They just don't have solutions to it, is the issue. Like, which they're going to talk about, the fudge rounds, the 500-pound welfare queen eating fudge rounds. That's standard critique of economic despair that the conservatives have. It's mainstream.
As even if it immiserates our people and bombs our brothers and sisters abroad. Like, what created after those 2 decades the conditions so that a song like Oliver Anthony's could just blow up literally on every platform overnight? And I think that's what like a lot of the discussion is missing. People are focusing through this purity fetish outlook on like what's imperfect about the song. Like, oh my God, it criticizes welfare. Oh my God, it criticizes like obese people or whatever the hell it might be, and that's so stupid.
And again, it's not about purity testing or demanding a perfect lefty song. That's who cares about that? That's not the issue here. The issue is that Oliver Anthony, his critique of the system is severely lacking. His understanding of why people are working for bullshit pay is standard right-wing talking points. There's nothing new here. There's no leftist analysis. There's no nothing that I, as either a democratic socialist as I identify now or a social democrat as I identified with a few years ago, would ever recognize as good, honest critique of the system.
But that has nothing to do with the Marxist outlook. We have to look at like what are the material conditions that allow an artistic form of expression such as Oliver Anthony's to blow up. Why is it
the material conditions that allow for a astroturfed song to blow up like this? I wonder what are the conditions that allow for that? Could it be money? It could be money. Could it be connections? Yeah, it could be connections. Wait, did I just answer the question? Oh my God. Could it be that people have paid for Oliver Anthony's song to be played on and lauded by every right-wing commentary person in the history? Yes, it could be. Those could be the conditions, the material conditions that made this song so popular.
Resonating with...
Oh, by the way, you'll never hear of Oliver Anthony again, and we'll get to that later. His next song is gonna bomb completely.
People, what's the rational kernel there? And I think it's something that we've seen over the last 4 to 8 years in electoral cycles, which is the mass of discontented people in the U.S. that have been looking for alternatives. Some of them see the alternative in Trump. Some of them saw the alternative in Bernie. Some of them now see the alternative in RFK Jr. Some of them see the alternative in Cornel West, which is the sort of candidate that we associate with the most. Some of them see it in Marianne Williamson. And, we might have our disagreements with these candidates that they end up seeing as like an alternative to the establishment, to the ruling elite, to the deep state, as some sectors call it. But sociologically, we have to observe that, as Dr. Anthony Montero has done from the Saturday Free School, like this represents a movement of the discontented masses. And this.
So what he's conflating here is right-wing populism and left-wing populism. He thinks that Oliver Anthony is part of the discontented movement. I've seen rumors that he lives in a 90-acre mansion or estate with a mansion on it and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true. Let's just Oliver Anthony home. No. Living conditions. It seems like he used to live in a camper. Living in rural Virginia allows Anthony to live off the grid. In the aforementioned Facebook post, he reveals that he's purchased property for under $100,000 in 2019. Okay. I wouldn't call him rich per se. He's not even in the top 20%, probably, prior to this song at least. But he had $100K to splurge on a rural Virginia house building place. They intend to turn into a farm. It appears that he has yet to build a house on the property, as he's currently living on a camper. In 2019, paid $97,500 for the property. He still owes $60,000 on it, he explained. I am living in a 27-foot camper with a tarp on the roof. Okay. So he doesn't, but he protects, he defends the rich people. This
presents tremendous possibilities for Marxists, and it shows us the pregnantly revolutionary character of our objective conditions. And
you didn't need this song to show there's discontent among the masses with neoliberalism, the current political climate. There's plenty of evidence for that. One of which being massive unionization. That's being a prime example of areas where Marxists can create conditions to help inform and help the working class. You know, unions, the way I understand it in America, used to be the place where people got their socialist hard-on previously. So I understand why the capitalists didn't want it to exist anymore.
If we reduce any analysis that we do to, oh my God, this part of it isn't perfect, or this part reiterates, Reaganite statements about welfare or whatever, we're going to be irrelevant from the standpoint of history and the movement of the movement of the people that's actually going on today. Like, we can have the best theory in the world, the best ideas, but if it doesn't link up with the people, we're going to be historically irrelevant. It's people that make history. And if we're unable to link up our processes and our revolutionary theory to the actual real movement of the people overthrowing the existing state of things, we're going to be completely irrelevant. We're not going to achieve our aims as socialists.
Because of this song? Because of this song? I must have misheard. I must have misunderstood him.
Actually going on today. Like, we can have the best theory in the world, the best ideas about welfare or whatever. We're going to be irrelevant from the standpoint of history and the movement of the movement of the people that's actually going on today.
Because
like,
of
we
this
can have
song.
the best theory in the world, the best ideas, but if it doesn't link up with the people, we're going to be historically irrelevant. It's people that make history. And if we're unable to link up our processes and our revolutionary theory to the actual real movement of the people overthrowing the existing state of things, we're going to be completely irrelevant. We're not going to achieve our aims as socialists.
Okay, so he actually said what I thought he said. He wants to link up. He wants to link up with right-wingers because opposing liberalism at any cost is more important than opposing liberalism from the left. This isn't new. This has happened before. 1930s, Germany to be exact. Let's just zoom in a bit. In the early 1930s, the KPD, the Communist Party of Germany, cooperated with the Nazis. That's strange. in attacking the Social Democrats, and both sought to destroy the liberal democracy of the Weimar Republic. They also followed an increasingly nationalist course, trying to appeal to nationalist-leaning workers. They eventually realized, oh my god, we're so fucking stupid. But at that time, they were marched into the gas chambers already. Carlos wants you. He wants you to collaborate with fucking Nazis. Yeah.
Right. And as I was saying on the gaming stream earlier today, like, you know, it's a popular sentiment among the working class Americans to hate taxes and then, you know, hate people who aren't working and who are, you know, instead on government services when they're able-bodied and able to work. So whether you like it or not, that is a popular sentiment. Would I rather he have said, you know, we're getting taxed half our income to go to wars overseas?
Wait. Okay, it's a common talking point about among workers in America. And it's a wrong talking point. It's a bad talking point. You shouldn't link arms with that talking point going, yeah, fight the power. Because you're not fighting the power at that point. You're fighting the downtrodden. You're fighting the weary. You're fighting those who don't have with those that do have.
You know, rather than welfare, yes, you know, that would have been slightly more in line with our Marxist-Leninist ideology. But,
and there it is.
You know, I do think it's so many people jump to accuse him of victim blaming. I think Noah will have something good to say about this too. But so many people jump to accuse him of victim blaming. How do we know that he's not criticizing the system? Right? Like there is criticism to be made there where so many people
he didn't criticize the system, Eddie. He criticized the person. He criticized the person eating the fudge round.
Are disenfranchised, you know, and so many people don't have access to jobs and things that lead to stability. So they're forced to a life of, you know, being on government services in order to survive and living just above the poverty line. And then, you know, the system of food production is so messed up. It gives them this processed garbage food, you know, that has led to a major obesity crisis in this country where over 30% of the country is obese. So like, I see it less as him victim blaming and more of a systemic critique of the system and the way that the system lets people fall through the cracks without employing them and, you know, doesn't take care of them. It pretends to take care of them by giving, you know, here's some welfare checks so you don't literally starve so that we can keep the reserve army of labor that Marx talks about being necessary for capitalism, a reserve army of people, to unemployed people to step in if need be. But it's not truly enfranchising people. It's not truly taking care of those people. And if you listen to the totality of the song, you know, that's clearly his message. He laments the fact that people are living on the streets with not enough to eat at other points in the song. And it's just really, really popular among the working class, too, like Carlos said. So it's important to go to where the working class is and understand why there's such a popular sentiment here.
I too can hear the working class Richmond, the working class and the attacks on rich people and the systems that enforces these rich people. If I too invent words that aren't there. So here it is. Well, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about not getting enough money for the work he's doing. Great. No notes. Perfect. So he's talking about how being poor leads to alcoholism. Perfect. Great. It's a damn shame the world's gotten for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it be not true. Yeah, okay. I don't want this life, sure. Living with old soul, with an old soul. He's saying he's more of a boomer than a Gen Xer. These Richmond North of Richmond Yankees, Lord knows you all just want to have total control. He's not railing against globalist here. No. There's not a they want total control here. No, God no. Just want to have total control. Want to know what you think. Want to know what you do. But they don't think you know. But I know that you do. He's like, the silent people. We need to. The silent majority needs to rise up because I know you know, and I know you can. He like people. You're taxed because Yankees came and invaded your country. I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors on an island somewhere. Classic. And here's like the first verse. Great. Standard country working class. I have nothing to live for but my guitar stuff, you know? Classic country stuff. But then we come into the right-wing conspiracy bullshitting. I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors on an island somewhere. He did, to be fair to him, Oliver Anthony, GOP politicians. He did recently say that he wrote the song about those people, talking about the people on the GOP debate stage. Now, I wonder, because I don't think he mentions Trump in this video at all.
Oliver.
I don't care about you. Here we go. It's too loud, I think.
New video statement, Anthony made it clear that he was not a fan of his song being used in a political context.
So Governor DeSantis.
It was funny seeing it at the presidential debate because it's like I wrote that song about those people, you know? So for them to have to sit there and listen to that, that cracks me up. But it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like, that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, you know? It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden. It's aggravating seeing people on conservative news try to identify with me like I'm one of them.
So he's more complicated than I think I and others gave him credit for in the beginning. Sure. But he's still a piece of shit. Yeah, I didn't write it about Joe Biden. I wrote it about all politicians, which is why we need an outsider like Trump. Wait, have he, Oliver Anthony, have he spoken about Trump at all? I'm not seeing anything about that here. Okay, anyway. And then he goes on like talking about pedos. And he's... But I think he's missing the point here that these people are those people. And the people who do look out for minors, and not just minors on an island, is the Democrats. By giving welfare. By giving people money if they can't work. I think that we should do more than that, but compared to Republicans, come on. Lord, we got folks in the streets, ain't got nothing to eat, and these obese milking welfare. Like, again, these people on the streets are not the people on welfare's problem. Like, this is what I mean. It's just standard Republican talking points. But God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Why not? Of course they should. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground because all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. And then we're back to the standard country. I'm working all day, but I got nothing to live for, you know. Yeah, that. So I don't know what it is that they think they can connect with here, really, at all. The entire second verse is just standard modern Republican talking points, even though he thinks it's not, apparently.
Thank you so much, Estar Bach. $20 super chat. That's huge. Thank you so much.
Where's my
comrade.
super chats?
We saw it on Joe Rogan's Instagram. Yes, it's getting extremely popular with normies, right? And I've always felt that Joe Rogan has, you know, a pretty good connection, a pretty good beat on the working class, for better or for worse sometimes. But yeah, the fact that he's sharing this is huge. And
because Republicans have duped the working class. And Joe Rogan, for all of the good things he's done, he's pretty much a standard Republican these days. Like, there's nothing. Like, I don't see why people think he's anything else today. He didn't used to be. It didn't used to be this bad. But it is. Oh, God, it is.
Yeah, says, I hope you... Shea, sorry. Says, I hope you can get him on the show. I agree. That would be fantastic. It'd be awesome to talk to him and even say, you know, what do you think about U.S. imperialism? Ask him about foreign policy. You know, maybe ask him a tough question or two about...
Why would you ask a country singer about foreign policy? Like, if the guy brings it up, sure, have that discussion. But I don't like the right and these guys being Marxist Leninists are on the right. Right wingers don't have good foreign policies at all. Scratch that. Most people don't have good foreign policies at all. Ask him about U.S. imperialism. What is he gonna say? Oh, I love imperialism. No. Who would say that? Not even Henry Kissinger would say, oh, I love U.S. imperialism. He'd deny that the U.S. is doing imperialism.
Welfare. And maybe ask him what he actually means. You know, are you victim blaming or are you criticizing the system? So we'll go over Kyle's super chat after I want to let Noah talk.
Once art leaves the creator's control, in other words, once art is put out into the world, it doesn't matter what you think, what you, the artist, think a song is about, or what you as an artist think a painting is about. It doesn't matter. It can be interesting. It can give you an analytic framework to understand the intent of the artist. I've discussed this about George Orwell quite a lot. Him being a democratic socialist doesn't mean that 1984 is necessarily a socialist critique. You can read it in many different ways, and you can take away a lot of things there. You can even take away anti-socialist ideas from it, because people have. I thought I smelled burnt bread, and I'm like, that's a sign. That's a sign of heart attack or something, or stroke maybe. So if I stroke out, call 911. I'll scream my address at if I do. But yeah, so once the artists put out the art into the world, their interpretation is completely meaningless at that point. What is important is what people take away from it. And what people take away from it is this is a critique and an attack on welfare. It is saying that welfare is the root of people being forced to work for bullshit pay. There's no other way to interpret the song, really.
Oh, he has some good points.
Yeah, I think this.
Oh God, that
gets
voice!
down. I mean, we're jumping right
about
into
it.
the one thing that the left sort of picked out as the reason to condemn it wholesale, right? And say he's a reactionary. You need to hate him, and not understand the essence.
I don't think anyone said that you need to hate him. People said you shouldn't celebrate him. There's a difference
Of the message of the entire song, right? People are only as good in the particular as the information we're given, right? And in the US, especially in the Midwest and in the Great Plains and in the South, you're told that if you hate the establishment, you must be a libertarian because you don't like the Democrats or Republicans. So you're naturally sort of...
So, okay, now we're actually talking about something that I think this song and the popularity of this song can actually help socialists with people. Because I'm gonna go on this being correct information, that if you're anti-establishment, if you're not a part of the Democrats or the Republicans, you're gonna be a libertarian. They're gonna feed you. Then you're libertarian. Period. You have to be if you're gonna be anti-establishment. I can see being able to shoehorn in a socialist critique of the systems through this song in conversations. But I don't think that means you need to celebrate it online. You don't need to say, oh, this is a good song, because it's not.
Pushed into this realm where...
Oh, I should actually... I should bring up that. Why the fuck am I getting notifications? Whatever. I'll check on that later. I was gonna go to bookmarks. I thought I'm gonna go to the profile instead. Here. Halli, or at I am Haraldur, is an Icelandic person who, if you're familiar with this profile picture, you're like, I recognize that guy. It's because he had beef with Elon Musk quite a few months back. And that beef is because he had a very special contract with Twitter that gave him a lot of money, but as an employee rather than in stocks. Because he wanted a salary because he believes in social helping people who are hurting at the moment. You know, he believes in the social programs of the state because they have helped him so much because he is in a wheelchair. And he regularly just donates and gives. He's donated a lot of ramps because he needs that, and he wants others to have access to him. He's a great good guy, really good guy. So he wrote this of the song. Rich Man North of Richmond has a great melody and delivery. It's a solid song. I can go along with that. Much of the lyrics are strong too, but the author seems to think welfare is the cause of poverty. That's factually not true, and it's sad to see poor people fooled by this fallacy. I was born poor. Welfare and social programs made it possible for me to do everything I've done. And it's not just me. Countries with strong social programs have less poverty and more equality. Taxes used to pay for social programs are the best structural solution to encourage and allow for social mobility. It's the statistically best way for people that are born poor to have a meaningful chance to prosper. Nobody is self-made. Societies can choose who they lift up and who they hold down. Yeah. I don't understand how you can come to any conclusion that these guys have come to regarding this song. You saw like Halle could easily just, yeah, these things are good and I like that he does this, but he seems to think X leads to Y and they are completely disconnected. That's a good critique of the song without shitting on people or hating on people for liking it, which I don't think anyone has done.
All these problems, the evidence of them all around you. You feel it in your life, and then you're given all these false reasons for them, false solutions, etc. Right?
Like
and
welfare queens?
That seems like what it could be to me. And another question of this, concern from me about how the left has been viewing this is that it's so surface level, right? It just attacks what they find in form here, right? So basically they see this sort of thing that looks libertarian to them. They believe they can read his mind and what he actually means. You would not believe how often I heard the term dog whistle thrown around. I had one guy telling me that the words rich men was a dog whistle for anti-Semitism.
No. Let's just see if it's still there.
Welcome to the...
Shut up. I want to... Oh, I can't expand it. Okay, thank you for that. So we have... Have he removed... You see, these are not the same videos that was there to begin with. Because there was a quite a few anti-Semitic videos here to start with. He might have actually removed it. That's good, but that's part, like he had... Oh, here, here it is. 9/11 dancing Israelis. Truther TV. Truther TV. The reason for thinking there are dog whistles in the song is because he has shown himself to be anti-Semitic, perhaps.
For real.
It's just a way to accuse people of saying stuff they're not saying.
Exactly.
There are real dog whistles, but obviously that's not what you're doing.
Oh, thank God he admitted that at least.
Right, exactly. It's this sort of like...
But there is a dog whistle with Richmond, north of Richmond, which is Yankee. And that's why people are connecting it to anti-Semitism. Because of New York.
They take every single thing and then turn it into something it's not. Right? But
that's the point of dog whistles. You don't know if it's there or not. You can't be 100% sure that a dog whistle actually is a dog whistle. That's kind of the point with dog whistles.
Real about the welfare.
You can see the person with the whistle whistling in the whistle, but you can't hear it. That's the point. Oh, but he's whistling. I can't hear it. What are you talking about? He's not whistling. I can see him doing it, but I can't hear it. That's
system, right? This is a bourgeois system. It is not designed to help out the working class.
bourgeois. What is he? French? A bourgeois. Oh, bourgeois, come here. Bourgeois, bourgeois, schwa. No, I'm bourgeoisie, bourgeois. I don't know.
Class, but to subsidize
A very American pronunciation. Bourgeois.
the ruling class, right? So they don't have to pay wages.
Wait.
Ruling help out the working class, not designed to
he's talking about the French
help
system.
out the working class, but to subsidize
Mm-hmm.
the ruling class, right? So they don't have to pay wages that people can live on, right? You know who lobbies the most for increases in welfare payouts is Walmart. Why? Because then they can pay their workers less than it costs to live on, and then get those same workers to subsidize their own paychecks.
I need a third hand. Maybe a fourth even. Oh, my noggin. These are... Oliver Anthony's song, Richmond North of Richmond, does not even come close to admitting or acknowledging the system being the problem here. He's talking about fat people eating fudge rounds, not Walmart abusing the system. These are not... If he had, he should have sang a song about unionization, perhaps. Like do a verse on what's he Smalls? What's he called? Amazon Union Smalls. What's his? Chris Smalls. Like do a verse on that instead of fudge rounds. But no. And then these people have to launder the text he actually wrote and go like and make it a critique of the system. No, fuck you guys.
And that is a messed up system. The working class of this country is in no way a fan of handouts. We're just not. Now, you can easily get anyone
wait.
not of this country. That is a messed up system. The working class of this country is in no way a fan of handouts. We're
the calling it handouts, that alone is a right-wing talking point. Just calling it a handout. It's not a handout. It's help. It's welfare. It's the bare minimum. Handout. Come on.
We're just not. Now, you can...
Oh, and yeah, working class people aren't fans of handouts. I agree. And does that make welfare bad? Working class people are dumbasses. Because most people are dumbasses.
Easily get anyone on board with disabled people, etc.
Wait.
Easily get handouts. We're just not. Now, you can easily get anyone on board with disabled people.
As long as they're not eating fudge rounds? Because 500 pounds. Like we're talking obese, baby. We're talking Like, it's not even close to being able to work, let alone walk. And what we can get people who are disabled, as long as they're not fat, on welfare. We can get working class people to agree to that, as long as they're not fat,
etc., who aren't able to work, getting some kind of assistance, right? But at the same time, when you're talking about a handout, people getting something for nothing, you are always talking about the ruling class. At the same time, when you're talking about a handout, people getting something for nothing, you are always talking about the ruling class. Because it is the ruling class. Where do even these, like food stamps, where does that end up? That ends up in the bank accounts of the ruling cartels, right? And before that, where do the taxes, all of this goes to government contracts, subsidies, the incredible debt that the nation is in, all go to the financial cartels. All of it is extraction upwards, not downwards. And it is so easy.
Okay, he's just rambling. What? Whenever you're talking about welfare, you're talking about rich people scamming the system. Who uses, like, except for insular online lefty communities? Who? Nobody? Literally nobody. Except for insular lefty online communities uses it that way. Nobody else. But I'm glad you could launder his song for this.
Easy when
is it worth it?
You're not being a judgmental dick to give that to people. It's just the truth. It's just how things actually are. And you can even go a step further and go, you want to know the stats on this welfare? Almost everyone on it works. Mm-hmm. Yet these bosses.
Mm-hmm. How many of them are fat?
Ain't paying enough to live on. How do we get there? That's the question. And how do we fix that? Sorry, I don't mean to ramble on.
It honestly just ends up being like a burden on the people that's grounded in the exploitation of working people. Because if the capitalists paid workers what they produce...
Why did he...
Capitalists paid workers what? They produce, one, they wouldn't exist, but two, there wouldn't be a need for a welfare state. So like the origin of like welfare and government programs, it actually stemmed from capitalists not wanting to take over some of the duties of the feudal lords and passing that over to the government, and lobbying for the sake of taxation in order to do that. That's a way of them removing the duty that they had to the people that are basically their servants, but in the modern form, they're wage slaves. And I really like the comment that you give about like the way that the left has been seen.
I got another whiff of burnt bread or toast, but I don't know where it comes from. Again, if I have a stroke, at least it's content, I guess. Oh, it's gonna be on my live stream, my first live stream fail, I guess. This streamer had a stroke midstream, and he warned people about it. What a fucking dumbass!
Seeing this at a very surface level, and that depicts the essence of something we've been talking about for a very long time, which is that there's a deep poverty of outlook in the people that call themselves Marxists. Like, Marxism is the most advanced outlook humanity has ever been able to achieve. And the way we approach the question of like form and content is not like the traditional philosophical approach, neither the traditional quotidian approach, which is, let's just pass judgment based on the superficial appearance. That's what it seems like a lot of people are doing. But we're also not of the kind that asks simply, what's the real essence behind the appearance? Let's just get to that. We ask a question which is, not just what's the essence behind the appearance, but why did such essence need to manifest itself through such a specific form? It's a question about the relationality of both the form and the content, and why the form was the form that content needed to have in order to express itself. And that's been completely...
Oh my God, did you hear, talking about, again, technical thing, did you hear how better his voice sounded as soon as he got closer to the mic? Look at this.
Was the form that content needed to have in order to express itself.
There we go. That's how you talk to that mic. Okay, Carlos? Carlos, come on. Change your mic setup, please.
And that's been completely absent, because that's...
Now you're just tinny. I'm sorry. I know this isn't what the song, the video is about, but come on, you're just tinny when you're sitting like that, okay?
Critical question. It's a question about the limits of our present discourse and the limits of a people in movement in our day and age in the U.S. in a U.S. that's riddled by crisis.
Did you hear that sound? So rich, so bassy.
Crisis in a crisis of legitimacy specifically. The U.S. left, the way I think that a large chunk of it is offended specifically by the comments on the welfare state, in part because their socialism is limited to welfare state capitalism. You hear them.
Wow. Not even close, buddy. Not even close.
Talk about what they think socialism is. Hardly ever are they talking about the working class's conquest of political power.
There's statistically, there's a non-zero chance that what he's actually talking about here is Vaush. Okay, that's Vaush and maybe like Bernie Sanders, AOC, people like that. People who play the game of politics, people who realize, because one of the things that kept me from being calling myself a full-on socialist for so goddamn long is it always seemed to be hinged on state welfare. I can understand his critique there. However, well, not that wasn't the only thing, but whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. What he's missing here, what AOC and Vaush and these more non-traditional socialists think, non-Marxist Leninists, non-Soviet Unionists think, is we're not going to get there tomorrow. We're not going to get there in 10 years. We're not going to get to socialism in my lifetime, probably. What we can do is improve the current system to a point where people aren't dying in the street, where people have access to healthcare, where people have access to Social Security and welfare in general when they need it. This guy, or these guys, don't do that. They don't talk about how to fix problems inside the current system and working within the current system to move towards a better world. They're talking about how should the better world look like or be like. A book or a person, a phenomena, a term, a concept that I wasn't aware of before is called realistic utopias. Yes, realistic utopia, which is kind of what it sounds like. It is the way I understand it, and I haven't read any books yet. I want to. It's on the list actually. But from what I understand so far, a realistic utopia is a place that can be achieved without destroying the current system, or without inventing or imagining a system that is unproven. This, without knowing it, was probably my biggest issue with socialism prior to my, I don't want to say awakening. It's not that big, but my political realignment. People like the Midwestern Marx Institute, people like that are talking about utopias. They're talking about what kind of system should we have or ought we to have, not what kind of system can we have. I think talking about welfare and increasing welfare and improving the systems as they are, or creating new systems which works within the current larger system to help people, is a good thing for socialists to do, because it helps people. People can see what you're talking about and envision a realistic world where that works. Marxists always talk about decommodifying things, talking about, which is in some cases, in many cases, isn't a bad thing. It's actually quite doable. But they also talk about removing commerce, removing a monetary system, removing capitalism altogether. And that's where people start to be afraid. I've never gotten a good explanation on how salaries work, what a worker... was it a it's not money, it's something else. It's work. Marx, not money, but a worker, whatever. It's essentially it's cash. But the cash you have is, for every hour worked, you get like 1 hour worked, part of, like, valuing the time worked rather than having a fixed salary on a piece of paper. Fine. But nobody can envision a system where that actually works. There's no personal experience that I can draw on that gives me an idea of how that would actually function without being completely exploited. And realizing that, we should actually advocate for things that people can not tangibly connect with, perhaps, but they can envision as realistic. In this case, what is a realistic utopia for the West? If we remove America, which hasn't even gotten to healthcare yet, I think that's stage one. Everyone needs to have you need to have universal healthcare as step one towards a better future, a better world. You need to have free education. You need to have all those the European things. You need Republicans are correct when they go, oh, that's Marxism. Yeah, it is. It is. And that's a good thing. You shouldn't run away from it. It is socialism. It's called socialized healthcare for a reason. Because we socialize the system. And that's a step one towards a realistic utopia. For Europe, our next step, I believe, is a worker democracy. Workplace democracy, to be specific. Which would be socialism. If you force everyone, every corporation, to be run and owned and managed by the people who are working there, that is a worker-owned system, top to bottom. Because everyone would be workers at that point. Now, of course, we still need police forces and we need the military and stuff like that. And those can't really be worker operated. They need more than that in order to function. But the point still stands that private corporations needs to be worker owned. And that's the next step. And I think most people can envision such a world and how that would be better for people. These people want them to envision a world that is alien to anyone on Earth. It is a theoretical possibility 200 years into the future. We can force every goddamn corporation in the world tomorrow to be democratically operated. We can set in place a system where we can even test it prior. My realistic utopia. What these people are advocating for can't be tested prior, can't be envisioned as an entire functioning system. It's just theory. It's just utopia.
What they're talking about is tax the rich and have a bourgeois government is limited to welfare state capitalism. You hear them talk about what they think socialism is. Hardly ever are they talking about the working class as conquerors of political power.
Because revolutions tend to lead to bad outcomes. Like most revolutions in the world, most revolutions. I can think of two, maybe three. Guaranteed, I can mention two revolutions that had good outcomes. One of them is the French Revolution, for obvious reasons. The second is the American Revolution, for obvious reasons. I can't comprehend, and oh god, I'm talking so much. This is a 2-hour video. We're not gonna get through the entire video. I think the reason the American Revolution was as successful as it was compared to the Russian Revolution is they cared about everyone's rights. It's not just about some people's rights. It was because of slavery, yada, yada, yada. Sure. But it wasn't about anyone who was poor. They didn't exclude people based on class, is my point. Everyone, even those who opposed the revolution, even those who wanted to stay British, even they were included in the revolution. They weren't excluded because they had the wrong ideas or they were born in the wrong family, unless you're black, of course, or Irish or Chinese, whatever. But as long as you're white, you're included, period. And male, of course. Can't have women. On the other hand, we had the Soviet Revolution, which created a necessity, which is what I think both, at least the American, I'm not going to speak about the French. I don't know as much about the French Revolution, but especially the American Revolution, at least, they didn't create a mentality where as long as you're not one of them, meaning bourgeois, you're good. But if you're bourgeois, you have to die, period. Even if you're just a kid, even if you had no say in it, even if you try to fight against the system and give the workers more power, as long as you were part of that system, you were gonna die, period. Unless you could flee. American Revolution didn't do that. It didn't create that necessity. It didn't create such a system. It didn't necessitate an objection towards rich people or poor people. It created an objection towards undue power, I think, such as secession, such as having a family name and therefore being noble and above the law compared to the rest of the people. It actually created the opposite. It created a necessity for everyone to be equal to the law. Now, they didn't live up to that at all. Not even close. But I think you can use that mentality, which you can't or couldn't, at least in the Soviet Union, in the same way. You can use the mentality of everyone is equal under the law and fuck the nobility to help create an environment where socialism can thrive, actually. And I think that's the goal of AOC and the people they're talking about here who don't advocate for Marxist worldview, you know, but still call themselves socialists. I think that is the goal for them. And you don't thrive, socialists don't thrive in an illiberal system. They thrive in liberalism.
Hardly ever are they talking about the working class's conquest of political power.
Because
what they're
would
talking
they look
about
like?
is tax the rich
Mm-hmm.
and have a bourgeois government
Mm-hmm.
give reforms that improve
Mhm.
the working lives of the lives of working people. And
Oh no! Oh my God! Woe is me! They want to improve the lives of working people and not the overthrow of the entire system. Oh, woe is me!
although we might support these reforms as a part of a larger revolutionary,
You don't. You want people to vote. You said so earlier. You want people to vote for Cornel West over Joe Biden. That is not by definition perhaps, but by practically, you're advocating for Donald J. Trump to become president again.
struggle, we have to be honest about the fact that this is nowhere near the aim of where we're heading. And the experience that I have had organizing for more than a decade in the Midwest is that when you approach working people with talk about tax the rich so that you can get more stuff without you having to work, it's not the sort of discourse that they like.
Why would you? Who does that. You don't advocate by talking about welfare. In some senses you do, but for the most part, your advocacy is more, we need to fight the rich and we need to help the poor. If miners in the Midwest are going out of job, we need to support them. We need to protect their livelihoods. We need to protect their lives. We need to help them in any way we can, because it's not their fault that they are without a job at the moment. They didn't do anything wrong there. And even if they did, they should still have a safety net. And then someone go, oh, what safety net? Oh, well, we could have a welfare for people who are not able to work, which I'm sure a lot of Midwestern miners actually can't because of accidents. We should help, we should improve conditions for unionizations. We should do X, Y, and Z. And when they inquire on how do we do this, you can go, well, we want to do more, but priority right now that we can do right now is better unionization, universal health care, and strong welfare. Those three are going to improve the lives of people more than the destruction of liberal democracy. Infinitely more. Even in Europe, if we move towards a workplace democracy and worker-owned businesses as a default, as a remove any privately owned businesses, remove any aktier. What the fuck is that in English? Stock options. You remove all of that. You can't buy stocks anymore. The workers of the company own it, operate it, and get the bonuses. Get the profits that company gets. Even if we do all of that, the improvement for Americans to just get union protections, universal health care, and a good functioning welfare system is going to be bigger. It's going to be much, much bigger improvement for them than it would be for me to do all those changes. Even in my realistic utopia, the changes are peanuts compared to going from absolutely nothing, living on the streets, to having an apartment, to having a hot shower, healthcare, all that. It's infinitely more improvable than anything that these guys can come up with. Period.
I've been more successful in convincing working class farmers, agricultural proletariats, and regular working people, service workers in the Midwest. I've been more successful convincing them about communism, convincing them about the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat.
I hate that word. And this is also something that made me never call myself a socialist, a Marxist, a communist. Using old-ass terms and concepts like dictatorship of the proletariat is nothing but trying to form an in-group. We have... Walk into any business that you can find. Walk into... Or not any business you can find, perhaps, but walk into any business that is insular and has its own jargons. My biggest critique of social studies is the use of jargons. It is doing nothing to help the cause, to help move people forward politically by using such language that they go, that sounds scary, because dictatorship has a very bad connotation. It's a word you shouldn't use positively ever, unless you're a fascist, I guess. If you're a fascist, keep using that word. Why am I not? They use those kinds of that kind of language because it's a social group. It's their group. They want to be able to dictate who understands them and who doesn't. Now that's dangerous when you're talking about political active political actions. Instead of using, it's the same with private and personal property. Marxists will, and again, I this kept me from calling myself a socialist for a long time. Marxists will use the terms, or you say, abandon private property or criminalize private property. And people go, I want to control who sleeps in my bed. I want to control who uses my clothes, my toothbrush, my apartment. Like, this is what people think, because private, again, there's a language barrier here actually, but it's a deliberate language barrier. Private property was differentiated by Marx from personal property. But they never talk about that. They never talk about it because, hey, educating people on what you're talking about or using language that people can understand, that the common people can understand, is going to lead to bad people in your social group. We don't want the reformed Nazis to be calling themselves socialists or understanding what this is. We don't want that. They are bad people. Yeah, because they're Nazis. We can get them to not be Nazis anymore and thereby not being bad people anymore. But they don't want that. So using these terms, working, what is it? A proletarian dictatorship instead of a worker controlled or worker just worker controlled system would probably lead to more people going, oh, that sounds, I'm a worker. I know a lot of workers. I know a lot of bosses who are douches who shouldn't have more control of the system than I do, but they do because they make more money. And money in capitalism always leads to more control, always leads to more power. You can, instead of going private versus personal property, you can go capital versus private property. Capital property is property, which is how Marx, as I understand it, defined private property in his texts, is property that you don't use, but which generates you capital. So by updating the term to capital property versus private property, more people will understand what you're talking about. Or if they don't, because it's not a capital property. I've never heard of that. If they don't know, they will ask you. Everyone knows what private property is today, because everyone has private property. When Marx wrote the books, not everyone had private property. People lived in 8 people to a room. They didn't have a lot of personal property. The personal property they had was usually the toothbrush and stuff like that, and the clothes on their bodies. Not much more. But these people want to have a barrier of entry, rather than saying, hey, we just want people to support our cause, to agree with our politics, and then we're happy. The more people that do that, the more people, or the faster we'll get to our utopia. You know, they don't want that. They'd rather be in a hellhole running a treadmill, because at least that treadmill generates them money. I don't know, generates them clout, something at least.
Then convincing them about Bernie when I was organizing with Bernie for some years ago, because they see that stuff as handouts. And when you restructure the way you approach the question to a question of like, it's you, the one that produces the world, everything that we see around us, it's produced by us, by people who actually work, who clock in, who clock out, who survive on the basis of their wage or of their salary. We're the ones that produce the work and that produce the world. And it's the parasites at the top who take that value and accumulate it for themselves and continue to expand and accumulate on that basis. When you talk to people on that ground and you tell them, like, it doesn't have to be like this. This is not eternal. We can change it. And there's a world in which you can be the ones with power. It is the people that produce that can be the ones that have the power, not the parasites, the bloodsuckers. And that's just a completely different discourse from the one that the left has. And the left thinks, oh my God, that's so much more radical. People are not going to accept it.
So he organized for Bernie. But Bernie doesn't talk about that. What? Bernie doesn't talk. We need to increase the welfare of people. We need more people on welfare. He doesn't talk about that. He talks about the workers being screwed over. But he would increase welfare. When people ask him, what's your solution to miners being out of the job or rail workers being out of the job, his answer isn't, oh, the worker should control the company. The worker, it's a proletarian dictatorship. He doesn't talk about that. He talks about welfare, not handouts. Welfare. He talks about supporting them with education, supporting them with money, because they lost, due to no fault of their own, their income. What? So, are you critiquing Bernie Sanders as well here? And if so, why did you organize with him or for him? Why did you canvass for him?
And the paradox is that, like, people, at least in my experience, have been working people in the Midwest, have been more prone to accepting that discourse than the discourse that's reduced to just let's tax the rich and let's have more social programs for the poor and working class folks. And, you know, we could support that. But there's also,
every time he moves closer to the mic, closer to where he should speak on the mic, which is on the side, if you're on a mic like he has, the creaminess of the sound makes my cock hard.
One quick point before I hand it over to Eddie. We also have to realize for these people that are treating the song through this purity fetish outlook.
Oh, right. I forgot this was about the song.
Like, there's no alternative. For regular
wait.
Song through this we also have to realize for these people that are treating the song through this purity fetish outlook, like, there's no...
I have played Valheim. It's a great game, but it's not for me.
alternative for regular
Welcome to the chat, by the way, Forced Porridge.
working people. When they look up and see the political horizon, what do they see? They see Republicans.
Wait.
That are
You distracted me.
treating. We also have to realize for these people that are treating the song through this purity fetish outlook, like there's no alternative for regular working people. When they look up and see the political horizon, what do they see? They see Republicans. They see MAGA Republicans that have the discourse of draining the swamp, of being anti-establishment.
Is he saying working class people have no alternative but MAGA? And therefore, like, because the working class can't see any other solution or any other political movement that helps them, because they can't see it, because the Democrats won't open up about it, unlike Republicans who obviously post Trump winning the primary embraced MAGA completely, which would never happen with the Democrats. Because of that, we have to link arms with these people. Is that what he's gonna? That sounds like what he's working towards.
An anti-deep state, and then they see the Democrats, and they see a faction of the Democrats that calls itself progressive, but in reality just takes the social issues that the Democrats align with and take that to an extreme and center those social issues as a part of what their politics means, and that's all they see.
Again, no, just no. I agree that Democrats are horrible because they're Democrats, because they are neoliberals who'd rather continue the system of fucking over working class people because they're paid for and bought by the same people that Republicans do. So they have neither party talks about economic issues. It's all cultural issues. Except for progressives. Progressives? Well, I thought they only talk about the cultural issues. They don't talk about the economic issues of the working class. Yes, they do. How many times does AOC, for which there are a myriad of issues with that I have, how many times does she has to show up to a unionization effort, show up to a protest, help trying to create legislation that helps working class people by giving them more money before these people, these socialists, to actually go, oh, you know what? I gotta hand it to her there. No, the progressives don't ignore economic issues. Do they get the same boost in the media as Republican populists? No, because Republican populists do not, will not, and cannot challenge power ever at all. There's nothing in their playbook, in their philosophy, in their politics that challenge power. They will talk about doing it. They will talk a good game about doing it even. But usually when it comes down to paper, their solutions are everyone should just be their own boss. Everyone can't be their own boss unless you have worker or own co-ops. MMT I don't know what MMT is. A huge progressive economic idea. Modern monetary theory that was pushed in the media. Maybe. I know progressives in America has talked about a modern monetary theory quite a lot. But modern monetary theory doesn't challenge the system. It just changes how you view the system pretty much. Where if you control your own currency, the way I understand it at least, deficit doesn't really matter that much. It's whatever, you know? You can just print money, and as long as you manage it correctly, it won't destroy the country. Japan has been working with this for a long time, and so far it seems to work. I don't know if it's a progressive idea necessarily, though. Maybe it is, but I don't know.
Sometimes
it's kind of like Obamacare, how that's being a progressive idea now, but it's actually from Mitt Romney. It's actually from a Heritage Foundation that came up with the solution, and it was a compromise against universal healthcare. I can imagine modern monetary theory being a compromise for more aggressive economic theories.
Up seeing like libertarians politics means, and that's all they see. Sometimes they end up seeing like libertarians on the side, and so there's no.
He gave no Democratic politician any credit at all, because media won't boost it. That's the reason.
Large communist party in the U.S. that can position itself officially as like an alternative amongst the rest, and that people can readily find. There's no large socialist or even social democratic party that could do that. So how the fuck are we going to ask for perfection from people that are almost like developing the way that they critique the system in a very spontaneous manner, because none of us are there to talk to them, because we haven't built the institutions, the organizations, we haven't even built the correct outlooks that would allow us to do that, because even as we think about doing that, the first instinct that comes to our mind as the communist left is canceling them because this dude said some shit about welfare and obese people. So there's so much missing that's on us. We're the backwards ones in this scenario, and we want to continue blaming working people because they don't have a more perfect outlook, when we are the ones that have fucked up for generations on end.
Again, this is about a song. Shitting on the song and subsequently the songwriter isn't shitting on the working class for having bad ideas. Like, yeah, I agree. We shouldn't demand perfection from people who aren't inclined towards that same perfection. Notice, however, not only did he not mention anything that democratic progressives do, anything that is positive, he celebrated, or he said, it's not celebrated perhaps, but he gave credit to the right and libertarians for their milquetoast critiques of the systems. But you're demanding perfection from Democrats, but not from the working people, not the working class. They are operating in a system that doesn't induce socialists to get their message out. We can't demand perfection from the working class of that. I agree. Completely, 100%. I do not demand perfection from the working class. I demand that they vote the way that doesn't screw over the country. I demand that they are not racists. Ooh. I demand that they respect people's identity. They don't have to walk in the pride parade, you know. I don't demand. And depending on where they are, I'll demand more or less from them. If they're from New York, I'll demand quite a lot more than if they're from rural Alabama, where nobody has seen a trans woman or man in their lives, and everything they're getting is from TV, period. You know, I'm not going to demand that they are at the level that I am at. And because even I, just a year, not a year, maybe 2-3 years ago, I was less open to transness than I am today. But from politicians, from Democrats, we have to demand, not from Republicans, mind you, but from Democrats, we have to demand perfection before they get my vote. Why? Something about calling yourself a philosopher with absolutely zero gray in your beard feels wrong. I agree. I completely agree. It's too young. You're too young to define yourself as a philosopher before the age of 50. I'm 50. We have adult at the age of 18. Everyone seems to be agreeing with that, in the West at least. That's when you're an adult, when you're 18, period. Then you can, in most places at least, drink, fuck, go to war, enlist, do paperwork. You're a full-blown adult in most places in the world when you're 18, period. A philosopher, that's not an adult. That's someone in their 50s. That's an old man, period. I don't care how much philosophy you've read. I don't care if you have a PhD even in philosophy. Calling yourself philosopher. There's another criteria. Not only do you have to be 50, you also have to have a following. Alexander Dugin, he's a philosopher. He's a horrible philosopher, but he's a philosopher. He's old and he has a following. Those are the two criteria. If you don't have them, which Carlos El Garrido absolutely don't have. Absolutely.
Of course, there's structural reasons for that, State Department fundings and destructions of organizations, but I'll hand it over.
There are reasons for it being this way, but can't. Oh.
Eddie, I've been ranting for quite a bit.
Right, just as Noah says, it's incredibly surface level the way that a lot of people are looking at it. They hear one thing that sounds like, it might be a talking point that comes from the Republican Party, and then it's just an absolute dismissal. And even people like throwing vitriol at this guy. I saw people like calling him fat and bloated and stupid and MAGA. I'm like, what are you guys fucking talking about, dude? Like, it's so surface level, and that's why my
I'm sure someone did. And I didn't hear anyone prominent doing that.
My Twitter bio on my personal Twitter is "What you focus on expands." That's a quote from one of my favorite wrestling coaches. And it means, like, to understand something, you have to tarry with it, right? You have to take time to understand it and understand it in its totality. So
I don't disagree with that sentiment, but it's dishonest to say that these are new things that he's espousing in the song. They are old talking points which people have already wrestled with, tackled with, ruminated on, These are not new ideas that needs to be deliberated over.
Well, I agree with that. And, a lot of people, including some people I respect and were criticizing the song because it criticizes taxes and the fact that working class people are heavily taxed. And it's like, it's almost like these people through the Bernie or AOC campaigns or whatever have convinced themselves that taxes are universally good. You know, when the system of taxes, just like the system of welfare in this country, is a system of taxes based on and created by the bourgeois mode of production, right? Working people are...
Where's my third and fourth hand? Hey, Veiny Wombat, Helena. So the Eddie, you're misunderstanding a very important point, and it's that taxes are good. Yes, even taxes on the poor is a good thing in the current system. You're critiquing people for not advocating for a post-capitalist world. But they are saying, hey, this is the world we're living in. How do we improve it? Oh, taxing the living shit out of rich people? That's going to be good. Is taxing poor people going to be good? Maybe not in the current American system because the taxes don't go where they should be going. But if you fix the system in congruency with taxing the poor, you're gonna have a better living condition. I don't know how this is that hard to understand, really.
People are taxed like 40% of their freaking income, and it goes to pay for endless wars and giant corporate subsidies. That is not something we should cheer on. We should not be going to these people and saying, you rah-rah taxes. So
on the one hand, they want people to advocate for a dictatorship of the proletariat, but on the other hand, which would demand quite a lot of explanation. But on the other hand, we shouldn't advocate for higher taxes because it's going to war. But the taxes, Democrats, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Democrats don't go around rah-rahing high taxes, you know? That's not what I see. What I see is Democrats advocating for specific things and then saying, and then when questioned, how will you pay for it? They go, taxes? But we can't do that because higher taxes just goes to war.
Even criticize the slogan tax the rich because I think working people have such a negative association with taxes in general. But
there is no personal income tax, corporate tax, value-added tax, or sales tax in Cuba. However, there is a tax on the number of employees. There is a sales tax whose rate varies depending on the type of product. That's what a VAT is, isn't it? Value-added tax is known in some countries as goods and services, is a type of tax that is assessed incrementally. It is levied on the price of a product or service at each stage of production, distribution, sale, and end consumer. Isn't this what they're saying here? A tax rate of 2% is applied on wholesale sales, 10% on retail sales, and 10% on services. Okay? Okay.
But we should absolutely be saying that we want to lower working class people's taxes. You know, their taxes are absurdly high to pay for our bloated military budget. So I understand that people have been indoctrinated with the idea that taxes are universally good and, you know, taxes are going to solve all our problems. But as Carlos was saying, that's a social democratic solution to the system, and it's a solution that's not really popular with the working masses. They hate.
Yes, it is, actually. Yes, it is. Inside the right system. Give me any Democratic politician or or prominent Democratic figure that advocates for taxes, period. Like not in tangent with other advocacy, but just taxes. Like taxes will solve all, sorry about that. Taxes will solve all our problems. Show me a single person who has said that.
Taxes, and rightfully so. And I want to bring up this awesome $20 super chat from Kyle Pettis. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Thanks,
You've been really generous lately. Says, love the song, glad you're covering it. So tired of the purity left attacking it. Again, the workers are showing they're ahead of the left through their own relation to the struggle. My union brothers all love the song. And
yeah, because union people can be idiots. There are a lot of right-wing union people. Just go to any police union, and you'll find a dime a dozen of right-wingers in unions. Being in a union doesn't mean you'll be a Democrat or a socialist. It just means you want better working conditions. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's great. This proves nothing. This means nothing. So tired of purity left attacking it. Purity left.
I had the same experience.
But these guys attack the purity left. Hey, cat. This is Sten. He's not the most cuddly of boys. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Really, I do. Like I said, he's not the most cuddly of boys. The other one is sleeping over there somewhere. But yeah, these people attack the purity left, whoever that is, for demanding pure politics, but at the same time they'll attack Biden for not being perfect, progressive Democrats for not advocating for the abolishment of capitalism. I don't understand. The enemy is both weak and strong at the same time, I guess.
Logging off Twitter and hanging out with
we're gonna give them 5 more minutes or so.
They all thought the song was awesome. They all thought the song highlighted a lot of the issues with this country. So, and there was someone on Twitter accusing Noah of tailing the reactionary masses, or Noah and his cohort, they said. So I guess that includes us. But
you're my cohort now.
Right, and I'm like, that should be a compliment. We are Marxists. We want to go to the masses. We want to go and understand why things are popular with the masses, especially if there's so much discontent, like in a piece of art like this, or so much hatred or anger directed at the ruling class and the system. Like, to just ignore that or to dismiss it and throw vitriol at it and talk about how it's MAGA or whatever. Is to ignore why the working class likes the song, which is because it's a song against the system. It's a song against the ruling class. It's
whatever. They're walking around in circles. Oh, you know what we could do? We can just skip a bit. Let's see what they say.
That had certain values that were even more progressive than a lot of the stuff that I held when I was in South Florida. A very consumerist ethic. Before I went to college, I had those biases. This is also a form of classifying people through class. But what instantly came to mind is how, like, the coastal left talks about the heart.
The what now left?
A form of, the center. But what instantly came to mind is how, like, the coastal left talks about.
Is he saying so-called left? It sounds like he's saying so.
What instantly came to mind is how, like, the coastal left talks about the heartland and the Midwest, and it's. I mean, I grew up in South Florida before I went to college. I had those biases. I got into college right on the precipice of the election of Trump. And all the people that...
How young are you? Carlos El Garrido. Carlos El Garrido. CPU is, of course. No age. I'm not gonna free scroll here. If I find something I probably shouldn't. Nothing there. He has released books, it seems. The Purity Fetish of and the Crisis of Western Marxism. Reading the classic texts of Marxism.
We're going to hear from Carlos Garrido, who is a Cuban American.
But yeah, if he went to college as in 2016, maybe 2017 even, that's gonna make him, the low end is gonna be, what is it, 6 years? So 24, between 24 and 30, and he calls himself a philosopher. 225? He's 225 years old?
That I had hung out with in South Florida, the progressive Bernieites, they all said, oh my God, you got a bunch of fascists over there. Be careful. You got a bunch of racist white nationalists. Be careful. It's not going to be the same thing as here in South Florida. Honestly, I had maybe met 4 to 5 white people by the time I got to college. So it was different. But I found people.
You met 4 or 5 non-white people before you got to college? In South Florida? I mean, I guess. But that's kind of... I mean, I see more black people just outside my window at any time of the day here in the middle of Sweden.
People that were hospitable as shit, nice as fuck.
Blaze, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
That had certain values that were even more progressive than a lot of the stuff that I held when I was in South Florida. A very consumerist ethic. I related happiness to buying the latest Jordan sneakers and starter jackets and shit.
Now, you don't have to hush. I just need more context.
Wasn't what you found in the Midwest, right? It was, in many ways, in terms of values, a lot more people-centered. So those coastal and cosmopolitan biases about Central America are just false. And I doubt if any of these people have actually gone there and spent a significant amount of time there, because it wasn't, the first day where I realized this. It was a quantitative amount of...
So he's just... People don't realize how people in different areas act until they interact with people from that area. What an insight you have there, Carlos. That's enough from Midwestern Marx. I'm not going to watch the entire 2 hours. I've watched 20 minutes and it's been 2 hours. So yeah, that would be a hellscape to finish off. Closing remarks, though. They seem to be... Midwestern Marx Institute seems to be more concerned that random people online are shitting on Oliver Anthony and his song rather than advocating for a utopia. I think that's what they're saying here. So I don't know if there's much that needs to be said about this. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Stop it. I was wondering, I was thinking when I shut up. When I included this video in my my notes for the stream, or actually it wasn't for this stream, it was actually quite some time ago. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's Michael Knowles, why RFK Jr. will never be Trump's running mate. And I thought that was interesting because everyone knows that RFK Jr. isn't running to become the Democratic president. He isn't even running for the Democrats. He's running under the Democratic ticket, but not for Democrats. He doesn't have a single Democratic or Democrat politician supporting him. He doesn't have a single voter, I believe, within the Democratic Party supporting him. He is nothing but a plant from Republicans, which is why I find this quite interesting, and I want to see what he has to say. But I thought maybe, just maybe, there's something more relevant. There's something more up to date. Ooh, actually, he's not even a spoiler candidate because if he is a spoiler candidate, it's for Republicans. Yeah, because RFK Jr. Polling. Democrats. Republicans like RFK Jr. more than Democrats do. So Democrats' net favorability doesn't peaks at 25, but it bottoms out at minus 31. Which the net average is minus 5. Among Republicans, it's plus 28. So if he were to run on a third-party ticket, if he were to run on a third-party ticket, he'd spoil Trump's victory. It's not even a question about it. However, because I found something that I think is more interesting,
Queen,
we're gonna look at that video instead. Michael Knowles, Fat Bottom Girls by Queen takes a hit. Hopefully there's no music being played, because I wouldn't be able to play it. Anyway, let's see.
Queen, one of my favorite rock bands of all time.
Sure.
Not like the biggest rock and roll fanatic, but, one of my favorite rock bands ever, Queen.
Ooh. Me and Freddie Mercury.
Has just dropped one of its biggest hits from its greatest hits collection. The new greatest hits collection for Queen will not include Fat Bottom Girls. Oh, you're going to take me home tonight. Oh, down beside that red fire light. Oh, won't you let it all hang out, Fat Bottom Girls? You make the rock and roll go round.
Truer words have never been spoken.
That's going to be out. This song was written in 1978. It's been a big hit ever since. It was written by Brian May, who's a big lib. Worth pointing that out because...
Yeah, he was in a band called Queen.
I think this is crucial.
He is super duper gay. Michael Knowles. Did I even spell it right? Yes. Indie movie. Oh, yeah. He had a gay sex scene. I believe that's Michael Knowles. Oof, look at those. Like he's a twinkier than the twinkiest twink.
Here, and it would appear, though the band hasn't made any statement on it, that the libs of Queen and the record label have caved to the woke people who have said that this song is politically incorrect and that it's mean to fat women or something like that. And
I know something about this, which either he's not aware of, he's leading up to, or he's obfuscating from? Well, give him a minute or two more.
Might be saying, Michael, that explanation doesn't make any sense because we live in the world of Lizzo. We live in the world of body positivity. What are you talking? Fat Bottom Girls should be an anthem, except Fat Bottom Girls is kind of a cheeky, funny song. It's kind of making a little bit of a joke about it.
No. He is 100% just a performer. He is a failed actor. Just like Ben Shapiro is a failed screenwriter. What's his name? The bearded guy. What's the bearded guy's name? Whatever. He is a failed radio host. You know, they're all just failed sons trying to recoup some of that magic.
Kind of like, what's that song? Lola, you know, who's a dude but looks like a chick or whatever. You don't really hear that song as much anymore because it's a song about a certain...
Walsh, yeah, that's right. Kirk is just a failed son billionaire or failed son millionaire, I'm guessing, who, I don't know, wanted to be a politician probably. I don't know exactly what his failure is, but he didn't go to college. I know that much.
Psychosexual phenomenon that we're...
Oh, a bit loud, isn't it?
Not allowed to talk about on YouTube. But you'd think, well, maybe you'd hear that song more now as that...
He's talking about trans people.
That ideological fad has become more prevalent. But no, because it's kind of making fun of it. Well, here, Fat Bottom Girls is kind of making fun of it.
No.
But shouldn't that be positive too?
No. Fat Bottom Girls. It is so not ironic. Are you gonna take me home tonight? Oh, down beside the red firelight. Are you gonna let it all hang out? Fat Bottom Girls, you make the rockin' world go around. This is rock and roll, and fat bottomed girls goes hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Hey, I was just a skinny lad, never knew no good from bad, but I knew life from before I left my nursery, huh? Left alone with big fat Fanny. She was... That's kind of interesting. Fanny is a slang for vagina in English. She was such a naughty nanny. Hey, big woman. You made a bad boy out of me. Hey, hey. It's a love song to fat bottom girls. It is so not ironic. But again, Michael Knowles, your media analysis is severely lacking, which we all know.
Can't we appropriate that term just like LGBT activists have reappropriated queer? It doesn't. Hold on. What's going on? I'll tell you exactly what's going on. It's the catch-22 of woke culture. You see this, if you're a white guy, you see this if you serve tacos at your dinner party. If you serve tacos at your dinner party as a white person, that
okay. He's not gonna. He's probably obfuscating. Removed. Before you cry foul and start complaining about woke culture, this mini internet scandal might not be what you think it is. Move along, kids. There's nothing to hear here. Specifically, no songs about sizable derriers. Queen's ubiquitous compilation album, Greatest Hits, is getting a new release that has one glaring omission. The fourth track on the band's original 1981 Best of Album, Fat Bottom Girls, has been excised from the version of the album released via Yodo, a screen-free internet radio service for kids. For kids. The song, which was released 1978, is considered one of Queen's raunchier tracks with lyrics such as "Left alone with big fat Fanny, she was such a naughty nanny, hey big woman, you made a bad boy out of me." As you can imagine, the internet cried foul and demanded an explanation. For their part, Yodo describes the album on its website as the ideal introduction to the music of Queen for young musical lovers. and included a warning to parents about the band's adult themes, including occasional references to violence and drugs. It's for kids. It's for kids, Walsh. Imagine if they hadn't removed Fat Bottom Girls from this album. They'd cry foul because, oh, you're exposing kids to sexual music? But now they can go, oh, the woke agenda has removed fat bottom girls. You can't be sexual anymore online. Which way do you want to have it, guys? Which way, Mike? Pick a lane. You can't go both ways here. I mean, I'm guessing you do go both ways, but you can't do that here.
That is cultural appropriation. If you don't serve tacos at your dinner party as a white person, that's cultural erasure.
Sure.
If you wear a sombrero on Cinco de Mayo, cultural appropriation. If you don't acknowledge Cinco de Mayo, cultural erasure. Those are two Mexican examples, but they go throughout the entire culture. And so
I don't know if you're saying nice to what I said, Porridge, or what Walsh just said. Because he's lying. He is lying. There are people who are screaming of cultural appropriation for nothing. Absolutely nothing. But you know what they call Sweden? Woke. The same people call Sweden woke, and Sweden have had a minister of culture, Amanda Lind, who looked like this. She's been looking like this since forever, you know? I've never known her not to look like this. And yeah, there were people who called her what she did cultural appropriation. I don't care. Go fuck yourselves. Serving tacos isn't cultural appropriation. Claiming if you serve tacos and you claim, hey, I invented this dish, that's cultural appropriation. I'm just providing words of encouragement. I'm playing Mortal Kombat. That's okay, Porridge. Keep playing Mortal Kombat. As long as you like the stream and you give me a view counter, I'm happy about that.
Here, if you have a fun song about slightly more corpulent, buxom women, that would be appropriation, I guess.
Oh, he's trying so hard to connect the dots. You can see the wheel. How do I connect this to appropriation? How do I connect this to appropriation? It's not. It's for kids. This is due to your politics, Michael. You created this environment where any sexual references that kids are maybe seeing, might be exposed to, is going to be removed. It's going to be scrubbed from society. Oh, I think I also might have just heard the words fat bottom girls and thought, yeah, you know what? I agree. Fat bottom girls, nice.
That would be, or making...
Sorry, Veiny Wombat.
Making light of this issue or making fun or being derisive. But if you don't, it's erasure. What do? You shut up. That's what you do. The reason that Queen has to get rid of the song is not because of the subject matter.
Queen didn't remove it.
Of the song. The reason Queen has to get rid of the song is because they're white guys. The nearest...
What? They're white guys. That's why they can't celebrate fat bottom girls?
Thing to a not white guy in Queen was Freddie Mercury, and he's been dead for decades. So...
Oh, right, exactly. The closest thing to a non-white guy is a Pakistan. No, he wasn't from Pakistan, was he? I've misspelled that. Yeah, he was born in Zanzibar, Persian, India. He was Indian. That's it, not Pakistani. But the closest thing we're getting to a non-white person is a non-white person.
They can't do it. It's not that this sort of thing cannot be talked about. It's that you can't talk about it. Right now, text Knowles.
No. Of course, gold. Of course, gold.
Share.com/Michael. Terms and conditions apply.
Mm-hmm.
Now, getting back to money. Joe Biden has just brought some great news out. I had missed this achievement of his.
I'm sorry, Vaney. We are talking about fat bottom girls. You are not allowed in here. I'm sorry about that. Also, I'm old, and I remember getting the Queen's Greatest Hits CD on CD when I was 9 or 10, and I distinctly remember that song making me feel uncomfortable. Really? I don't know if this is a cultural thing, but I don't remember being felt, because I have the same memory. My dad had Queen albums that I listened to, and I don't remember feeling uncomfortable with this song, though I don't remember knowing what the song is about either, really.
His administration. Joe Biden has, for the first time...
Helena, come on. Come. Like, we're talking pog. We're talking thick. We're talking ass. We're talking pog. Though I shouldn't. I just realized I shouldn't. I shouldn't show that image on screen. Probably. That could. I'm just gonna check it real quick. I'm. Yep. Okay. Röv. Vinny. Okay. We're gonna have to. Am I really gonna have to disprove you? Like, don't get me wrong, Vaney. You do have the milkers. I'll give you that. But as far as ass go, come on. This is just a standard Scandinavian woman who has some curves. Congratulations. I'm sorry. This isn't about you. I'm sorry. Anyway, continue with Michael. And by all means, feel free to disprove me. By all means, I am happy to be disproved.
Many, many decades. Decrease the national debt, allegedly.
Wait. Why do they do this? This has nothing to do with fat bottom girls, but because the video would only be a few minutes long, they have to throw in a second topic. The assholes. The assholes. But yeah, Michael Knowles' media analysis is, again, horse shit. But if you've ever seen any media analysis of him, you'd know that. His understanding that his political leanings, his political advocacy has created the environment where the need to remove such songs is created. And it's for fucking kids, you moron. National debt. Yeah. Okay. Let's because that was such a short video, let's actually listen to why Michael Knowles don't think RFK Jr. would be Trump's running mate, which that might be what's happening. RFK Jr. with, I know, not Oliver Stone. What's his name? What's the evil guy with Nixon on his back? he got a pardon from Trump. And he's isn't it Roger Stone, not Oliver Stone, Roger Stone. Roger Stone. Yeah, but I had the wrong Stone at first. This is the image I wanted. Open image. No. Roger Stone, not Oliver Stone. Roger Stone. Oliver Stone is the filmmaker, the documentarian. Here's the image I want to actually. So let's stop talking about Oliver Stone. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone's on a delay. Michael Knowles doesn't think it's likely, it appears, that RFK Jr. is going to be Trump's running mate. I think that's the only shot he has, first of all. The second, why I believe it to probably be a likelihood even, is he is collaborating and he is paid for by Trump's inner circle. He is friends with Trump's inner circle. He is, by all accounts, he would be Trump if Trump chooses RFK Jr. as his running mate. He's gonna run on the unification ticket. Seriously. And he's gonna get a lot of Marxist-Leninists, a lot of former liberals, a lot of just morons to think they're serious, to think they are actually trying to unify the country rather than just servicing themselves. But let's listen to why Michael Knowles think it's not going to happen. I think that's a good thing if it doesn't happen.
RFK Jr. has gained some support on the right because he opposes some of the corruption in the Democrat Party. He was right about COVID. He's right about big pharma and some of the corporate capture of the federal regulatory agencies. By the way. But RFK Jr., now that he's being floated as
he might have a kernel of truth here and there, but it's all wrong probably, most likely.
Potential running mate for Donald Trump was asked his views on important issues that matter to conservatives, notably the issue of life and abortion. Here's Kennedy's answer.
Would you sign a federal protection to protect the rights that were in the Roe precedent if you were president?
I believe that a decision to abort a child should be up to the women during the first 3 months of life.
So you would cap it at 15 weeks?
Yes.
Or 21 weeks?
Listen to him give the answer. Yeah. He doesn't have a strong answer here. He's going on feelings. He's going on what the people in the room want. The Trump thing. Such unification is scary. One party, one nation, fully under power of corporations. I mean, it's already there. It's already one party, one nation, fully under the power of corporations. You're already there, baby. I don't think it would be scary as much as hilarious, actually. I don't think it would be good for society because I think a lot of people would probably, and that's, I don't think they'd win. I think they'd fool more people into thinking they are honest. And that's why I think it's scary. It's not because they would win. It's because of the next time and the next time and the slow march towards fascism that it would create or exacerbate.
Yeah, for 3 months.
So 3 months. You would sign a federal cap on that?
Yes, I would.
He said, yeah, sure. Why not? I'd look into it. There's a reason. I know. Speaking a political language is it's not good. I don't like it, but I understand the reasoning for it. He's saying, yeah, sure, absolutely. He can't walk that back. He's not saying I'd look into it, I'd prefer it, I'd do X, Y, and Z. He's saying, yeah, absolutely. So now you guys are gonna have to hold yourself to it. You moron.
Okay, so not unlimited access to abortion, as many in the Democratic Party.
I think the states, once a child...
Wait. All right, it's from the Iowa State Fair, of course.
...is viable outside the womb, I think then the state has...
It's again the Republican primary. It's not the Democratic primary. He's there with Republican voters.
...interest in protecting that child, that supersedes, and I think that the state has an interest at every level, but at some point, I'm for medical freedom. I think individuals ought to be able to make their own choices.
Which is why I'm surprised to hear you say you'd cap it.
Well, because, I think at some point you'd say, the state, I would personally not. I think the states have a right to protect a child once the child becomes viable.
I think, personally, I don't see a reason to limit the abortion date. Imagine there is nobody, unless they are mentally ill, and at that point I wonder, why would you even want them to have a kid? There is no mentally sane person that would carry a baby in the womb for 8.5 months and go, I'm just gonna have an abortion. This isn't worth it. It's you've progressed quite a bit away from that being a thought in your head. So I don't see why there would be a need for an abortion ban at all, actually. At all. I've changed on that. I used to think there should be some limits to it, but I don't think there should be, really. There's no practical need for it.
Sad answer. Very sad answer, because it's totally incoherent. And...
No, it's not. It was... Okay, it's incoherent in the way that RFK is always incoherent. And it's incoherent because he didn't have a formulated opinion on it already. But it wasn't incoherent in the way Michael Knowles think.
The reason it's incoherent is good, actually. It's because Bobby Kennedy is not just a run-of-the-mill Democrat who just regurgitates all the crazy Democrat points.
You're right. He's a run-of-the-mill Republican.
Which now the Democrat talking point on abortion is that we ought to have abortion to the 8th trimester. That it's a wonderful thing and we should celebrate it. And Kennedy's saying...
Is that a joke? I think that was a joke. I hope that was a joke. That might have been a joke. It might not have been a joke. He might just think trimesters is the same as month. Bobby Kennedy is saying the first trimester ban.
Saying, no, I don't think that. I mean, I support it. I support abortion. I'm not one of those crazy pro-lifers, but I support it for the first 3 months. It's okay. She says, only 3 months, huh? He goes, yeah. Only the first 3 months of life. Oh, hold on. Wait, you're admitting...
Did he say 3 months of life? He might have. I'm not going to go back and check it.
That it's life, that you're ending a human life in abortion.
Well, I'm also ending a life when I eat meat.
So he's kind of a little bit approaching the pro-life side. He's obviously at least open to it. But you should obviously... Oh, I'm a candidate.
Tree is also life that you cut down. A single cell amoeba is also life. I don't know. A cell in your body, you're not allowed to remove it because it's life. The cancer is also life.
I'm a Democrat. Of course, abortion's good, but it is a life. But okay, so really little, really vulnerable life, it's okay to kill that. But the older life, no, the state has an interest in protecting that life.
Yes.
Hold on. So
yes.
You think, she asks him, you think that you shouldn't be able to have an abortion later on, that the state should stop you? Well, I'm for medical freedom. So am I pro-abortion? Well, I'm for medical, but I don't think we should kill babies all the time. And
we shouldn't kill babies all the time. I don't know anyone who thinks we should kill babies all the time.
I wouldn't personally oppose abortion. Personally, I'm fine with abortion up until the moment of birth, but I just think, and you can tell, it's just a man who doesn't know what he thinks about it, which is fine. So I don't want.
He's actually correct here. I actually agree with him here because he's a standard Republican, but because he's a Kennedy, he can't admit it.
I want to be too harsh on him. I want to be encouraging of Bobby Kennedy to just examine this issue further and follow his, I think, probably correct recent intuitions on this issue to their logical conclusion. If it's human, if it's life, if we want to protect people, supposedly his entire career is about protecting people and the environment and from predatory pharmaceutical companies, then you got to protect life. You got to protect human life. It's simple as that.
Get on that baby killing grind. Yeah, I'm on that baby killing grind. Gonna go out and kill myself some babies today. Ha! Pregnant women, watch out.
Be pro-life. He does.
With this mustache, my cock would kill your baby in the womb.
I know that. So maybe he could get on our side someday. Maybe not. I don't know. But he's obviously not on our side now.
So what? Okay, Michael Knowles has correctly identified that Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., isn't being honest here, isn't being forthcoming with what he actually believes, probably. Because I agree with him. It's weird that he had to think about it, considering the how big that issue is at the moment in the U.S. It is weird that he had to think about it. God didn't make guns for me not shoot them, and God didn't make abortions for me not to use them. Okay? It is a natural thing that happens in the animal kingdom. Abortions are a perfectly natural way of life. No, Michael Knowles identifies correctly that Bobby Kennedy, because he's a Kennedy, calls himself a Democrat, but he realizes he's probably gonna flip to our side. I agree. When Trump asks him to run on a unification ticket, that's when he'll go, but you have to not support abortions. And Bobby Kennedy will go, absolutely, Mr. Trump. Yes, sir. Which happens all the time. All the time. There are politicians make these kinds of deals with people. Oh, you want to be on my ticket? Well, I want you to do X. I want you to do Y. I want you to support Z. If you can't, you're not going to be on the ticket. It happens all the time. Trump is just going to ask him to support his abortion bans.
And it's just a reminder that it's encouraging to see him oppose some of the craziness on the left, but he's not there yet. He's not going to be Trump's vice president. He's not going to be any Republican's vice presidential running mate.
God, I almost wish he would be the running mate at this point, just to see what people like this are saying. People like Knowles, Walsh, Shapiro, I just want to hear the Daily Wire and Crowd trying to wrap their heads around it.
Kennedy's great contribution to this race is to show that there is discontent and populism, serious populism, 17% of the party, even on the left. And that should make us happy. Right now, go to good
wait.
is to show that there is discontent and populism, serious populism, 70% of the party, even on the left. And that should make us happy.
But Bobby Kennedy isn't popular inside the Democratic Party. So I don't know how he's going to show there's discontent. Oh, let's see. What's the second topic?
I should say this. I'm going to irritate people, but I'm not here to pander to you, okay? I'm not here to tell you just what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
There's a study shows that half of U.S. residents have tried marijuana.
So again, I don't understand. Okay, I understand they want the 10-minute mark because of mid-rolls. You can't... The thing with YouTube is they don't allow mid-rolls unless the video is longer than 10 minutes. So that's why they do this, if you ever wonder. But I like that. I want to know where this topic is going. Half of households?
Shows that half of U.S. residents have...
U.S. residents, not households. Half the population have tried marijuana. Oh, how scary. Well, Knowles, are you one of them perhaps? Be honest with me.
Tried marijuana. Okay.
Marijuana. He actually says marijuana. Not marijuana. Not cannabis, not weed. Marijuana. The widest way you can pronounce it.
I puffed the devil's lettuce once or twice in my wayward youth.
There we go. You're part of the problem, Knowles. You're part of the problem.
We've all tried it. Half of us, I guess, have tried it. Okay, listen, people make mistakes. They experiment. 17% of Americans currently regularly smoke the sin spinach, the Peruvian parsley, California cumin,
French tobacco.
What I'm talking about? Jazz cigarettes. You know what I mean? Hashish. I guess hash is actually a little bit different.
No, actually, it isn't. It's just a processed form of marijuana.
The Haitian oregano.
Get to the
Talking
point.
about pot, man.
Yeah, we know.
They smoke it.
Because
you've
already
to a
said
new
that.
Gallup survey released on Thursday. And I know, I'm not going to go get on my high horse.
He did absolutely not write those lines, Blaze. They are spoon-fed to him. Oh, we need humor here. This was the writer's room. They sat around like, it's about marijuana. How can we make this fun for our audience? Our audience is old and don't know a lot of slang, Maybe they've heard some. Maybe they know old slang like jazz, tobacco, stuff like that, But they don't know the new slang. Weed. So we have to tell them. But we can do it in a fun way, Like have a little party here.
Start talking about how pot is bad and makes you...
Wait.
Get on my high horse. Start talking. They smoke it. This is according to a new Gallup...
Why did I jump?
It's actually a little bit different. Parsley. And oregano. Talking about pot, man. They smoke it. This is according to a new Gallup survey released on Thursday. And I know, I'm not going to go get on my high horse, start talking about how pot is bad and makes you kind of chubby and lazy and less funny, though you think everything else is funnier. I'm not going to get on that high horse.
Because it's not true?
But to the people, the conservative...
There's actually... I don't think there actually is there's a correlation, perhaps, between obesity and cannabis, but I don't think there's a causation there. There's even a negative correlation here. A 2011 Time magazine report that surveyed 52,000 people and found 25% of non-smokers were obese, compared with 17% of marijuana users. It's actually a negative correlation, Michael. I'm sorry. Smoke the ganja to lose weight.
Going to get on that high horse. But to the people, the conservatives who say, oh, it's totally fine, legalize pot, have everyone smoke. I just have one question. This is just a basic political question. Do you think that the spread of marijuana use is likely to make Americans more conservative or more liberal?
Liberal. Much more liberal. Holy shit, is it gonna do that?
What do you think? Do you think?
But isn't that telling? His critique of marijuana, his main focus, isn't about the health implications or the issues with it. It's people will stop being conservative, even if that's true, which I'm not so certain of that. We can even Google marijuana usage link to political shifts. I'm not seeing anything. I see people talk about how support for marijuana is linked with a more liberal ideology, but I'm not seeing anything that it actually shifts the ideology. But again, isn't that telling that he would be... I understand why, because he thinks, oh, if you're more liberal, it's gonna create more degeneracy in society, and yada yada yada. I understand all that, but that's if I see a new product, but I can't really see a product. I'm trying to find an analogy for the left on this issue. What product that people consume? Maybe getting more money? Yeah. Getting more money tends to lead you towards conservative thinking. Tends you to make you more conservative. Tends to make you want to uphold the current system. Because the current system made you rich, and you like being rich. And if you remove the current system, you're not going to be rich anymore. And you like being rich, so you don't want to remove the current system. But marijuana usage? Like, I can understand why it would move someone from conservative to liberal. Because all of a sudden, the thing that has been used by conservatives as a bludgeon, as a tool to oppress people, you're going, oh my, where was this 20 years ago? My PTSD is manageable now. Oh my God. Oof, I feel so good. Yeah, feeling good. Not having PTSD, having a something you can consume, that you can grow in your own home. That's gonna, yeah. As long as it's used previously by people only on the right to attack people only on the left. You know, as long as that's in use, yeah, it's gonna make people more liberal. But here in Sweden, the anti-cannabis laws, the anti-legalization movement is not a right-wing issue, actually. Unfortunately, it's a left-wing issue. It is, or it's a centrist issue. It is the Social Democrats, the biggest party in Sweden, are against even studying the effects of a potential legalization. Because they came about from the soberness movement, which led in America to the abolishment of alcohol. It almost happened here in Sweden as well. Thank fucking God it didn't. But those people, so if we legalize weed in Sweden, we wouldn't move to the left because of it. There's nothing in it that's gonna make you more liberal.
Just all things being equal, you got a guy, he's kind of politically neutral, and you say, hey, buddy, come on over here to the cigar bar, and we're going to talk about G.K. Chesterton and Edmund Burke. Or you get a guy, you say, hey, buddy, come on down to the cool bar, and we're going to throw back some beers, not Bud Lights, and we're going to hang out with the boys and play poker. Okay, that's going to push a guy into a certain culture.
Yeah, the first push, the cigar bar push, is going to be a culture of loneliness, of intellectual masturbation, which nobody likes. The second push down to the bar, where what do you say? Drink some
bar, and we're going to throw back some beers, not Bud Lights, and we're going to hang out with the boys and play poker.
Playing poker at the bar. Known thing to happen at a bar. But either way, playing poker, drinking beer, that's not going to make you right-wing. That's not going to lead you down any political avenues, I don't think. Maybe it's going to make you less likely to be a socialist, to abolish the capitalism, monetary systems altogether, perhaps. That's maybe. But that's the extent of it. I play poker. I love playing poker. Going down, drinking some beers with friends, sure, I'm in. It's not. It didn't make. I'll drink non-Coors Light. I never drinking Coors Light even, because American beers suck.
Okay, that's going to push a guy into a certain culture.
No, it's not.
Or you say, hey, buddy, come on over here and start ripping out of this bong, and then we can all be in a drum circle and engage in witchcraft. Like, what
okay
direction do you want to push people?
Knowles, just because you smoke beer, just because you smoke weed doesn't mean you'll be in a drum circle. What was the other thing?
And engage in witchcraft.
And engaging in witchcraft? Those two are completely disconnected. But I like how he has to spoon feed his audience what type of people are smoking the ganja. Because this is just fear mongering for his audience. This is not about advocating for the right thing. It's about scaring people away from the wrong thing.
Like, what direction do you want to push people in? Does anybody seriously believe that more potheads is going to make America more conservative? Well, if it's not, if it's obviously going to make America way more hippie and dippy and liberal, then why would we be encouraging this?
Here's the difference between me and I think most people. Even if I thought marijuana is going to make people more conservative because of some magical properties that it has. It stops people from feeling empathy, That's going to make people more conservative. Sure. Even if I thought it did that. Because I'm in favor of legalizing all drugs. There shouldn't be a drug on the market that is criminal for you to use. It shouldn't be legal to sell every drug, of course, but to use it. I don't think there's a single drug on the market that I would demand that people don't use. I'd even allow people to grow whatever drug they wanted in their own home, as long as it's safe. And even if that was likely to make people more conservative, I'd still advocate for it because it's the right fucking thing to do. It is about people's personal, not just agency, but life. It's their own decision what they want to do with that life. There should be roadblocks. There should be safety nets. There should be help for people who are caught in addictions. But everything I've read is that decriminalization of all drugs is good for society. Period. But Michael thinks even if it's good for society, if it makes people less conservative, shouldn't have it. Everything has to be about serving the politics rather than the politics serving the people. And that's the difference between me and him.
Well, say the libertarians. Well, because of the sacred right to smoke dope.
Yeah.
No, what right? What right?
Your body, your own body. You have a sacred right to do whatever the fuck you want to do with it.
Do you think James Madison wrote a right to smoke pot in the Constitution? I don't see that.
Oh, James Madison. Now, to make you see a magician, Uno does. I stopped myself before reading that, you little shit. James Madison smoking. Let's see here. I don't know if it's true. Let's see. Marijuana smoking is quite popular in the US today, but few people realize that grass was once so popular in the country that 7 US presidents used it. Dr. Burke, president of the American Historical Reference Society, I was hoping it was Refer Society, and consultant for the Smithsonian Institute, included the following U.S. president as marijuana users: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, Zachary Taylor, Franklin Pierce. Weed was common among tobacco growers, for when it was mixed with tobacco, it gave a mild intoxicating effect. The leaves and resins, hashish, were used to season food and as medicine. Prior to the Civil War, pot was a very successful drug when used to cure insomnia and impotence. I can attest to both of those things. It was used primarily to reduce tension. I can absolutely attest to that. So, Michael, what are you talking about?
Sacred right to smoke dope. No, what right? What right? Do you think James Madison wrote a right to smoke pot?
He actually did. I believe the U.S. Constitution gives you that right, actually.
In the Constitution, I don't see that. What right? The right that Russell Kirk and Ronald Reagan and I don't know any conservative, you name John Adams and any conservative in American history.
Whoa. Yes, the founders of America was conservative compared to today. Today, they were progressives compared to their contemporaries. Oh my God. It is so typical of conservatives in general, but especially American ones, to just claim anyone who isn't as progressive as people are today and call them a conservative. Albert Einstein, he was a conservative. He wouldn't have recognized the trans people. Yeah, but he also educated a group of black people. He also called himself a socialist. But they'll claim anyone, no matter what their political leanings, as long as they don't agree with everything that progressives agree with today.
You think they really believe there's some fundamental constitutional national right to smoke pot? No, obviously not. So why would we want it? Cut it out, guys.
Because it's the right thing to do?
Big libs. Boy, what a great clip that was. Cut it out, guys. Just going to make people big libs.
Cut it out, guys. It's just going to make people big libs. And then...
Boy, what a great clip that was.
Boy, what a great clip that was.
Now, make sure that you ring that bell.
What? Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Sure, Michael. Absolutely. So that was fun. Oh, that was a fun Michael Knowles issue. Clips, multiple even. It's not a long article. We can probably... So I've talked on this channel quite a lot, actually, on the issue with Putin's Russia and the issue of Russia funding far-right groups in Europe. One thing that surprised me a few weeks ago was that Italy's Prime Minister, Meloni, what's her name? Giorgia Meloni. She attacked.
And we cannot.
Here, see if let's put on some text. English, great. Let's listen to what Meloni has to say here.
And we cannot allow the very foundations of international law to be threatened. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine disrupt global energy prices, endanger the food security, and sent waves of inflation across the world. The events of February 24th last year brought us back to the wars of 20th century. The Russian war of aggression.
This isn't the speech is too far back from what I first thought of. But it's a sentiment that rings true to the same sentiments she had in the video I saw. And I'm saying this, and I'm showing this because I still believe that she is a far-right populist, a fascist. Her party absolutely has been given money, given favors by Putin. Absolutely. But she still criticizes him. And we see this in Sweden as well, where the Sweden Democrats see here, Sverigedemokraterna. This is an article in Swedish, but it shows here Russian critics among Swedish parties in the EU Parliament. And you can see here Sweden Democrats 93.7%, And this is which parties, and I'm guessing this is 93% of the time, they voted for a more Russian critical agenda in the EU Parliament. And we have the left party here, which is formerly the Communist Party. We have the Social Democrats, the biggest Swedish party. And you can see it's 75% here. The Green Party, the right-wing Green Party. Yes, we have one of those here. The Liberal Party, Moderates, which is the Conservative Party, and then the Kristdemokraterna, which is the Christian Conservative Party. So you can see all of the right-wing parties, the further right you go, the more Russian critical you are, apparently. And it surprises me specifically because we know that Putin has funded Sweden Democrats' political careers. The Sweden Democrats have imitated Russian misinfo tactics. So there's a strong connection between Russia, Putin, and the far right of Europe. But it seems to be cracking due to the war. And I saw this, how the Ukraine war has eroded the links between Putin and the European far right. And I thought, that's interesting. I want to see why. Because it's a question I've asked myself. Why? Over the last decade, several far-right parties in Europe have expressed support for Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia. But has this support changed following Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Drawing on a new study, Adam Holich and Piotr Zagorsky show the invasion has triggered a significant shift among Europe's far-right parties in their approach towards Russia. The Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 served as a wake-up call for the EU to guard against authoritarian influence. In a new study, we show that the European far right has not been immune to the fallout. Indeed, after the invasion, Putin's regime became a toxic association for populist radical right parties. This stands in stark contrast in the 2010s, a time where the far right played directly into Putin's hands. Parties like France's National Front, now Rassemblement National, Austria's FPÖ, and Germany's AfD propagated Russia's anti-democratic and illiberal narratives. Viktor Orban's regime in Hungary was even seen as Putin's Trojan horse in the EU. In the European Parliament, most populist radical right parties aligned with Russian interests. With the former ENF group constantly supporting Putin, the rest of Europe, for the most part, remained indifferent as Putin sympathizers found their way into various left and right-leaning parties. Yeah, we have in Ireland, the Irish fucker. Irish support for Russia. Is he in the EU? Interesting. But there's a Irish. Oh, there is Mike Wallace. That's him. This dude is from the left-leaning party. Member of the Independence for Change, left-leaning Irish political party. Yeah. Talks affirms the impact of the Russian invasion on democratic backsliding and PRR Corporation in Europe. Okay. So yeah, it's not just right-leaning parties, but the right-leaning parties are more able to be upfront about their use. Not upfront about their use of Russian propaganda, but more upfront about with the propaganda. So the left people who espouse or who regurgitates Russian propaganda, usually they need to couch it in different language, in more left-leaning language, while the right-wing, far-right parties, far-right politicians just say the thing, you know? However, there were notable exceptions to this trend. In 2015, the Polish Law and Justice Party rose to power, articulating an anti-Putin stance, and they are the right-wing party, as part of its ideology. In 2022, other far-right players followed suit. Giorgia Meloni and her Fratelli d'Italia party strongly criticized Russia during their electoral campaign. But wasn't this... Yeah, 2022, yeah. So it's post-invasion. Aiming to distance themselves from Matteo Salvini's Lega, who had previously expressed admiration for Putin. This latest division in the populist radical right stance against Russia emerged simultaneously with a new unification effort by the far right. That's true, actually. There have been unification efforts in Europe for the far right, hasn't there? In the summer of 2021, populist radical right leaders signed a document in several European capitals calling for the deep reform of the EU. Networking events in Warsaw and Madrid followed, attended by most signatories, though the Finnish party and the Danish People's Party were absent. While it's challenging to pinpoint a clear initiator of this effort, the Polish PIS and Hungarian Fidesz, both democratic backsliders in the EU, undeniably played a significant role. However, they themselves were divided over Russia, disagreeing on critical matters such as Russian sanctions and aid for Ukraine. In our study, we analyzed over 13,000 roll call votes in the European Parliament from July 2019 to June 2022 to assess changes in the assertiveness towards Russia of populist radical right parties. By comparing votes before and after Russia's invasion, we aim to identify any shifts among the individual actors. We selected parties and participated in the Warsaw and Madrid summit and had at least 3 MEPs, excluding some populist radical right parties from Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, blah, 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 blah. Additionally, we included the German AfD, which still operates widely outside this network. Before and after. Index of assertiveness towards Russia. You can see there are some parties that have gained, but that's interesting. As depicted in Figure 1, the MEPs belonging to populist radical right parties exhibited significant variations in their views on Russia prior to the invasion. This division spanned from highly assertive positions held by Vaush, PIS, Fratelli d'Italia, with mean scores of 0.92, respectively on a scale of 0 to 1, where 1 represents full assertiveness towards Russia. What does that mean? Is that negative or assertiveness? I'm guessing that's an aggressive stance. But that doesn't make sense, really? On the other end of the spectrum, MEP and blah, 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 displayed greater compliance. Okay, yeah, it is. With Russian interests. With mean scores of 0.12, 0.09, 0.03, respectively. Notably, Fidesz emerged as the most assertive among the less assertive group of parties, garnering a mean score of 0.33. Although that means the mean assertiveness of MEPs belonging to populist radical right parties showed only a slight and statistically insignificant increase from 0.53 to 0.57 before and after the invasion, respectively. Significant difference in positions emerged among individual parties. Notably, the assertiveness of PIS and Vox decreased, while Fidesz assertiveness more than doubled after the invasion. These findings are surprising, as one might expect a divergence in assertiveness towards Russia among these parties. Unexpectedly, the Russian invasion appears to have brought PIS and Fidesz closer together. Orban's portrayal as Russia's EU ally contrasts with the unclear positions of Fidesz. Similar trends, blah, 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 among populist radical right parties analyzed in a study, with the German AfD displaying increased assertiveness towards Russian post-invasion. Overall, the Russian invasion has diminished the pre-existing differences among EU far-right parties regarding their stance towards Moscow. As we delve into other aspects of the analysis, intriguing revelations emerge. The Spanish party, Vox, emerges as the boldest and most assertive, potentially driven by their desire to counter the pro-Russian stance of the Spanish far left. At least prior to the invasion, surprising is also the position of Italy's Lega, considering their leader Matteo Salvini once sported a Putin shirt in Moscow. Meanwhile, the French RN and its leader Marine Le Pen, oh, that's her, appears to maintain a favorable stance towards Putin. In conclusion, the issue of assertiveness towards Russia keeps the populist radical right parties at odds, even as they become more critical of Putin. The Russian invasion of 2022 dealt a severe blow to Russia's influence among these parties, shattering their previous support. As a result, Putin's regime became toxic, further complicating the prospects of far-right unification. So this didn't say anything, really, that I... Like, this just is reestablished that it happens. Not why. I think if I'm going to do some analysis myself, the main reason why this became a rift among the far right with Putin is because he didn't win swiftly, and he might actually lose. Prior to the invasion, everyone thought that if Russia invaded Ukraine, it would be over in weeks at most, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, nothing more. Which is why the initial outline for the invasion was just that: a few weeks, a month at max. And had they succeeded, I think the far right of Europe would still continue to gobble beneath Putin's pants. Without a doubt. They would slobber, give the most slobbery toppy. Okay? But because he didn't, and because it wouldn't look good to the average people, if you support an invasion of a country that obviously don't want you there, because they could easily, the invasion started in 2014. They didn't change their stance then. Why? Because they succeeded. Russia succeeded in their goal. And the far right can go, oh, but they had referendums and the people wanted it and yada yada. All of the issues that came about, far right European parties, election observers. Here we go. By acting as election observers to an illegitimate election, and I think maybe, did they do this in Crimea as well? Crimea. Maybe they didn't do it in Crimea, but they have acted as election observers inside Russia, where we all know, everyone knows that Putin rigs the elections. There have been numerous videos on it. There have been numerous exposé on it. Let's just do... Like, I don't know why there is it electronic that it scans the document? Various clips have appeared to show multiple ballot papers being submitted. So that's one woman submitting 2 paper ballots. Here is someone else submitting 3 ballots, 4 ballots it seems. And here's someone just completely stuffing the ballot box. Like, there's no denying that this is fraudulent elections. I even saw one video of a man. I've tried to find it since, but I haven't been able to. A man pointing down, like, we are the first through the door. Why is there election ballots already inside the ballot box? And the woman who works at the ballot station goes there and goes, I can't see anything. But from the camera, you can clearly see the papers inside the ballot box. So it's well known that they have fraudulent elections there. But the far right of Europe didn't care. They didn't care when they had a fraudulent election in the Donbass region or Crimea, did they? No, they still touted Russia as a friend, Putin as an ally. They still regurgitated and the same talking points, the same propaganda. So why, after 2022, the only difference between what Putin has done in Ukraine in 2022 compared to 2014 is loose. Is looking bad. Looking like a fucking chud. That's the only difference between the two, the decade between. So the only conclusion I can draw from this is that they don't want to look like they support an obvious dictator, and B, support a loser. Take Viktor Orban, Putin's ally, and even he has to support Ukraine in this. Even he has said how Russia's invasion is illegitimate. I mean, it's called an illiberal democracy for a reason. But it still touts itself as a democracy. I'm talking about Hungary here. Because it has to. If it doesn't, the people won't stand it. Most likely. Unless you're Russian, apparently. But I really think that's the only thing. I can't think of anything else that would make the far right change their stand. Really. Okay. I am a hungry person. And once I become hungry, I have to devour some food. And I'm not going to devour food on stream. I'm just going to end stream instead. I forgot one thing that I actually wanted to do before we end stream. And no, I don't actually have to do it because Michael Knowles provided me with everything I needed. No, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna see you guys on Wednesday, I think. I believe I'll stream on Wednesday. So until then, take care, bye-bye, and I love you all.